you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe I can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe I can give you a radio open your heart and show your eyes and change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes and change your destiny.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Election Day, November 5th, 2024, Tuesday. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to me, Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life form streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell. In this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it right here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. If I sound rushed, it's because we've got new results. And I need to show those to you here. Nothing super surprising just yet as far as calls. Let's take a look at Steve Kornacki. He's kind of like the man of the hour, isn't he? There he is. Whoops. We got two Kornackis now. I think that's what we're supposed to have. There we go. There we go. Sorry for the wait, everybody. I knew there wasn't going to be anything definitive going on until much later. And, so I kind of waited till now, but yeah, here we go. Let's see what Steve Kornacki has to say.
Looking at all of the early vote here, and again, the kind of place Trump doesn't want to be slipping anymore from 2020. So again, he wants that number above 66. So that's only 2 counties, but that's what we're looking for as the Trump counties start to come in. Let me just take a look. I think we might have, and again, resetting statewide there. Those are the numbers statewide in Georgia right now. Again, for the Democrats, so much is going to have to do with that Atlanta metro area.
Yeah, I was going to say that's Fulton County.
Here in North Carolina,
they're talking about Fulton County.
You see a lot of counties, the colors here, you only see about 27,000 votes statewide in. Also going to come in very incrementally here. You know, look where Raleigh is, Wake County. This is one of the biggest Democratic vote producing.
In states like Georgia and Pennsylvania,
something big just came in.
the meta is that Kamala needs to stack up huge ratios. She needs to get the ratios in Fulton County.
This is going to be very familiar in a lot of
in the Pennsylvania metro area.
That's the majority of all the vote in North Carolina is going to be those 2 methods. Again, we expect that to be a little bit more Democratic friendly on the whole than the same day vote. We're going to see if that's how it plays out. But as we get a big batches in these counties, we're looking at that pattern here where perhaps the Democrats do their best and then Trump with the election day vote is trying to come back. Just give you a sense here on the political geography of the state we're going to be following tonight. A couple things to keep in mind. There are some big core Democratic vote producing areas where the name of the game for the Democrats is to run up the score. This I just mentioned is one of them. It's basically the triangle. You know, you get the state capitol there, University of North Carolina in Orange County, Durham here, Duke University is there, large black population, also a large the white population there, a lot of concentration of college degrees. Democrats run up massive margins there. We're going to look at Mecklenburg.
Yeah, so in North Carolina, it's all about the research triangle. It's about college towns, which are sometimes fairly large cities for North Carolina. Metro areas in general.
On the flooding in the mountains of western North Carolina. Asheville in Buncombe County is the sort of one of 2 blue counties out in the mountains. It's the much bigger one, and Democrats actually depend on a pretty big plurality out of Asheville. There wasn't much indication in the early vote. There was a lot of talk about, you know, whether Helene was going to draw a drive-down turnout. We didn't really see that in the early.
Asheville's a big Democratic stronghold as well. I forget if there's a college there, or if it's just kind of a more liberal city.
And we're also tonight going to be looking sort of in the eastern part of North Carolina. This could be key. These are a lot of rural counties and smaller counties that have substantial black populations. And these are counties, a lot of these Barack Obama either won in 2008 when he became the last Democrat to carry North Carolina, or he came close to winning. And since then, the numbers have come way down for Democrats. They think they can get the turnout up here this year. We're going to be paying attention to those counties as they come in. But again, statewide right now in North Carolina, very early. That's what you see with just over 100,000 votes. And we'll just check back in on Georgia, and we are still about where we left off there.
All right, so we are live and alive on all cylinders here. Just kind of looking and seeing. Supposedly some new numbers just came in. Yeah, so this is like you're almost like hanging out with Steve Kornacki here, and like a lot of this is just him, like, you know, behind the scenes, kind of fidgeting around and stuff. We've also got. Let's see, this one's neat because it shows you four different views at the same time. You got the Harris campaign down here on the... Here, let me actually switch it over to... Sorry, chat, I'm just kind of going to jump into it if that's all right with all of you. We do have a bonus poll for today. I'm going to get that up as soon as I can. But yeah, Harris campaign down here in the lower left. Trump... campaign rally. What do you call this? It's like the election night party. Like that's what these are. We've got the map of what's called so far. So far, as far as what's been called, what we know for sure, what's locked in, Kamala Harris has got 3 electoral votes from Vermont, and Donald Trump has secured Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia. We're also showing leads for Donald Trump in Ohio, South Carolina, Georgia. What is that? A lead for Kamala Harris in North Carolina? Now listen, chat, that's a lead. That's light blue. That's not dark blue. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. But, I mean, it's better than seeing it red. I will tell you that. Georgia is still red. Again, when Steve Kornacki was showing us Georgia, let's see if it's still up here. You see this big county right here with Atlanta in it. That's Fulton County. Fulton County is not in yet. Augusta's county is, or sorry, Augusta? Savannah, huh? Kind of hoping for Kamala lead out of Savannah, maybe. I don't know. What else do we have? There's like I should know some of these college towns. Oh my God, what is it called? Athens. I guess maybe Athens is not big enough to show up on this map. But yeah, places like Athens where there's a college, you're going to see more blue. Places where there's a city like Atlanta, you're going to see more blue. But we haven't got Atlanta yet, so kind of... and like I said, states like Georgia, states like Pennsylvania, they're going to be... there's going to be a lot of votes. A lot of Kamala's votes are going to come from the big cities. A lot of Kamala's votes in Pennsylvania, which if we, you know, if they were showing Pennsylvania, it'd be a mess of red as well, right? But she's expecting most of those votes to come from Philadelphia and to a lesser extent Pittsburgh. What do we got? Georgia too early to call. North Carolina too early to call. It's funny they're not featuring, what is this, popular vote so far. Okay, again, we've gotten a lot more red states in than we have blue states. So is he saying something? No, he's fidgeting. Oh, wow. This is like wild, the way that they're giving us real-time access to Stephen Kornacki there. And then we've got one last one to take a look at here. This is NBC. We're just playing music. Talking about the governor's races. We haven't talked about the governors at all. There are, I think, is it like 13 governorships? Up for vote tonight? But yeah, that's what's locked in. They're showing what's locked in there, right? So West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, no surprises there. Virginia for Kamala Harris, no surprises there. Got a lot of Florida coming in. So again, this difference in the popular vote that you're going to see is completely in line with what data has come in so far. Bernie Sanders has just won re-election in Vermont. I can call that race for you. Bernie will continue to be the senator for another 6 years. Bernie will continue to be the senator of Vermont forever. He will live forever. He will be turned into a cyborg at some point, and it'll be Cyborg Bernie. But he'll always be the senator. So far, NBC News is telling me that in an exit poll of Georgia, now exit polls are not the best data, right? But the exit poll from Georgia says that there are no signs of black voters significantly shifting to Trump. That was something that a lot of polls were showing. A lot of the media was talking about, almost as if black voters had decided to support Trump, as a majority. That's not what happened at all. What they're really talking about is that the vote, Trump got like 9% of the black vote in 2016, and maybe a little bit more of it in 2020. And some polls had him getting like 20%, right? So when they're talking about like Trump's doing great among black voters, they mean he's getting 20%, which is great for him. Same thing with the Latino vote, right? They'll always talk about that as if oh yeah, Latinos really supporting Trump, right? Would they say that they mean it's like 55-45, right? That's a good number for Trump, for only 45, for him to be down only 10 points rather than 20 points amongst Latinos. So a little bit confusing, but yeah, what else do we have? Latino men and women diverge on which candidate can best handle the economy. So just like men and women in polling in general. Yeah. Bernie Sanders winning re-election. Donald Trump winning in West Virginia, no surprise. Phil Scott wins re-election in the Vermont governor race. Now, that might sound weird because we're talking about Vermont. That's where Bernie comes from. Vermont is a very left-wing state. But the governor is popular and moderate. I guess this is the best thing I can tell you about Vermont. So again, no surprise there. No surprise that the Republican governor of Vermont is being reelected. Harris campaigns. Vermont Republicans are different, right? They're not like MAGA Republicans. Harris campaign says there are strong signs of enthusiasm amongst college students. Good job, college students. Congratulations on being enthused on this race. Wow. Chat, I've had this fucking song stuck in my head. I almost don't want to share it because it's like a Trump advertisement from it's a jingle to tell you to vote for Donald Trump, and it's like to Cuban music. You might have heard it. I think some other people are playing it. I just don't want to play it for you tonight, chat, because it might be bad luck. It might be bad luck to play a Donald Trump campaign song at the moment. All right, so I told you I was going to get you that poll up. This is as good a time as any to do that for you. We do have bonus content. We do have the possibility of getting some extra content after the stream, or if you get tired of it, like, right, if we're at 11 o'clock, your eyes are blurry, and there's like nothing coming in, and I'm just sitting here talking about, I don't know, like, I'm talking about like split states like Maine and Nebraska or something like that, right? We do, yeah, let me just put that up so that I let you know that it's real. So we still got that Korean granddad. He's still trying to ride that boar. Will he be successful in riding that boar tonight? Find out. Vote. Make it happen. Granddad riding boar people. I know you're out there and you want to see that granddad finally ride that boar. This would be a great night for it. Bonus content. Question mark. The question is, do we hit the bonus goal? Right? Or even, do we hit more than one bonus goal? Because that's happened once. Ooh, gaming. Good to see gaming on there. Nice to feed the gaming frogs. Which maybe I'll be doing more after the Yeah, wait, do you know the one I'm talking about, Thomas Jerome? The Donald Trump, yeah, Donald Trump. That one. Yeah. I just Confuego indeed, yes. Thank you, Thomas Jerome. All right, so yeah, like I said, gaming is always fun. I used to game all the time, chat. Do you remember I would play like Vampire Survivor, like while I was going over Vosh VODs or Vosh, like talking about the horses and the folders and all the rest. That used to be so easy. Ted Cruz getting weird with trans people. I feel like I should. Oh my god, I need to update these more. But when they get voted for, I tend to try to leave them on, like the boar granddad. Boar granddad has been milkshake ducked. Is that true? Can we confirm that boar granddad? Do we have anything else? Okay, so are we hearing sound here? Oh yeah, we are. Okay, so this is some kind of voting place. I don't know where it is or what it is, but they do appear to be voting. I'm gonna guess Pennsylvania, because a lot of people's assessment has Pennsylvania coming down as the like both the closest state and the state that will likely decide. It won't necessarily decide it though. Like, right, it's in the quote unquote blue wall schema. It's in the blue wall strategy for Kamala that she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Because with just those three states, she can secure the election, right? So that's why Pennsylvania is so important, right? But it's not her only path. I was looking earlier. You see how North Carolina's blue right now? Like I said, that's light blue. That's leading. That's not for sure blue. That's not dark blue. But I saw somebody do a map where I'm trying to remember, did they give Donald Trump Pennsylvania, but then Kamala won? Yeah, she won Georgia and Nevada in this model, right? That was actually Let's Talk Elections. Maybe we'll take a look at that if we have some downtime here. See what Let's Talk Elections is projecting, is predicting, is prognosticating tonight. But yeah, there's a path for victory for her losing Pennsylvania, winning either North Carolina or Georgia, and winning in that path, Nevada becomes the important crucial state, right? But yeah, it kind of reminded me that there are other ways, just the way that, you know, the easiest path, the path of least resistance, so to speak, is going to be Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I'm going with everything besides Arizona, says Davi. You know, I almost want to give her Arizona, because Arizona, I've seen it predicted for Republicans so many times, or like a Senate race be predicted, and it's just tends to like not. Arizona tends to vote to the left. There is a reason, though, to think that the state might have moved to the right, and that's that during COVID, a lot of people from California moved to Arizona. A lot of people from states that had tight restrictions, particularly anti-vax people, conservative people, QAnon people, Trump people, those kind of people moved to Arizona and to Florida. And so that's why those states have actually kind of moved maybe even a little bit to the right. Okay, nothing is happening. Kornacki, what you got for us? Next poll closes in 8 minutes and 20. So I mean, like that's good. That's good. Kornacki keeps us up to date. He looks like he's really like pondering this shit. Like, is he really pondering this shit in real time? I mean, I guess he is. I guess he knows these counties better than like, I mean, I have a better knowledge than most people of, you know, elections, how they work, what's important, what to look for, etc., etc. But Steve Kornacki could probably tell you about each one of these counties. It's his job. Kamala is still ahead in Virginia. That's what Steve Kornacki's looking at right now. And look at that. Look at, like, you know, here's a great example of rural versus metro. Sorry, yeah, rural versus metro. Does that work? Yeah, pretty much, right? You've got so much red here. And no doubt, as the night goes on, it will probably fill up with more red. However, those few blue areas that you see, like especially the Washington, D.C. Surrounding area, right? Those are that's where a lot of the blue votes are coming from. So even with without like that much map control, if you look at this as an RTS, which you should not look at this, I do not look at this as an RTS, okay? It's not a real-time strategy. Although apparently there's a new mod for Minecraft that turns Minecraft into an RTS. It's kind of like Minecraft Legends, but not sucky, so... If only...
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Yeah, we may be getting invaded by communist radicals tonight as things continue. So again, chat, it's very early. Let me just catch you up to those of you who've just gotten here. We have 3 states called, all right, Kentucky, Vermont, and Indiana. We're calling Kentucky for Trump. We're calling Vermont for Kamala. And we're calling Indiana for Donald Trump. Oh my God. We're a little sparse on yeah, here we go. Here we go. So yeah, let me show you. No, don't freak out. Don't freak out. All right. Because I'm going to show you here on this map, right? The map in the top right corner there. Oh my God. Let's change that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. See, like I have to make it smaller for you shorts people, but I want you to be able to see it. It's important. All right. So now you can see the whole map, even if you have to kind of zoom in on it or whatever over there on shorts. We are filling in on this map. Oh, yeah, West Virginia. That was the other one. Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. Those have been called for Trump. No big surprises there. Vermont has been called for Kamala. Bernie Sanders has been reelected. And the Republican governor of Vermont has also been reelected. Actually, no surprises there. Those were all the way that we expected to see those races come down. Now, I want to point you out, like we're going to see Ohio looking a little pink there. We're going to see South Carolina looking pink, Georgia pink, Florida pink. What's up with that? That means that we've got some data in from those states, okay? So we got some data in from Ohio, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, New Hampshire, and Virginia, right? We've got, so partial data, right? Now, with that partial data, understanding that it's partial data and understanding that the way that political maps work is that usually the majority of the Democratic support comes from the, you know, metro areas, and the majority of the Republican support comes from the rural areas, right? So you could see a state be blue based on which counties have reported, right? If we had a bunch of metro counties, in North Carolina, we're talking about a bunch of college towns. If we had those reporting and a lot of the rural stuff was outstanding, right? We would expect to see it blue. It might not actually turn out to be blue, but it's blue right now. The stuff that they've looked at so far is, you know, tipping it towards Kamala Harris, right? Same thing with Virginia. What they've seen so far, tipping it towards Kamala Harris. New Hampshire, we're tipping it towards Kamala Harris, right? Down there in South Carolina, we're tipping it towards Donald Trump. In Georgia, we're tipping it towards Donald Trump, with the big caveat there, right? That Georgia, the biggest city in the state is Atlanta. That county around Atlanta is called Fulton County. Fulton County has not been counted yet. So don't count Georgia out, right? But yeah, of the swing states that we're expecting, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, we only have data and partial data, not total data, for North Carolina and for Georgia, showing Kamala with a lead in North Carolina. And like I said, North Carolina and Georgia, those are both 16 electoral votes. And so you can swap them out. You can swap them out. Winning North Carolina is kind of the same as winning Georgia as far as the math goes. As far as comparing them to Pennsylvania, which is 21 electoral votes, however, you cannot swap them out. You need another state. So in other words, we got the blue wall up here in the north, right? The northern wall, the blue wall. What else do we call this? The Rust Belt, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Michigan and Wisconsin, particularly Michigan, are tilting strong towards Kamala in our last check. Pennsylvania, kind of a toss-up. Pennsylvania is very close. Some people have Trump slightly ahead. Some people have Kamala slightly ahead. So, you know, it's anybody's guess. So should Pennsylvania fall, right, that's not the end for Kamala. That is the best chance for her to pick up Pennsylvania, right? In fact, I would say that if she picks up Pennsylvania, it's going to be pretty close to Jover at that point, right? There's very few. She'd have to lose Michigan or Wisconsin if she picks up Pennsylvania. But let's say that she doesn't, all right? So, like I said, a North Carolina, a Georgia, not equal to a Pennsylvania, and an Arizona, definitely not equal to a Pennsylvania. But a North Carolina plus a Nevada is... Wait, did I say 21 votes? I think it's 19. I need to check my map. Steve Kornacki still looking at Georgia. Again, now okay. 4 metro counties. Oh my God, he's doing stuff. Oh wait, no. Look at that. Look at that. All right, so we got Atlanta coming in. Is that Fulton County? I think that is. I think we have data from Fulton County. Look at that. Wait, we're looking at individual counties. Fulton, 71% Harris. Clayton, 85% Harris, right? These are, I would imagine, metropolitan and surrounding counties. And yeah, they're statewide. We still see Donald Trump with a lead. Although we do have some data now coming in from Fulton. I believe that's Fulton County. Oh yeah, we saw it, yeah. See if we got any updates here. It looks like we do. Okay, so what do I have next for you? I got some exit poll data from Ohio, right? And it says that Trump is losing ground with older voters, but gains with under 30 set. Is this the effect of the podcast? I don't know. Is this Aiden Ross? It's definitely Aiden Ross. He danced with Aiden Ross, of course.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Okay, now here's another exit poll from Virginia. This one is no surprise. Voters trust Harris more on abortion.
But now there are freaking communists invading
And voters trust Trump more on immigration. So yeah, they are actually showing the totality of the popular vote that's been counted so far. And it does put Trump ahead. Wait, 27? I'm sorry, did something get called? That was a little bit weird. Ohio is not so skibbity after all. Actually, I don't know, right? There's like mixed data from Ohio. Ohio's a state that's definitely going to be affected by the abortion issue. In fact, they've already voted to amend their state constitution to take down an abortion ban. Okay, Maryland is called. Is that right? Okay, so Maryland, Massachusetts. God damn it. Like, why doesn't this say this on the... Here, let me look at the other board. Yeah. Okay, so we got Maryland. Is called right down here. That's Kamala territory, all right? Maryland is called. Massachusetts is called. It looks like Connecticut and Rhode Island are also called. Kamala ahead in Texas. Yeah, don't get too excited. Don't get too excited, chat. Oh, we've called South Carolina. Wow. Or when are these? Wait, or Kornacki. If there's stuff coming in, Kornacki needs to tell us. Come on, Steve. Do your job. Just like I need to do my job. This is kind of exciting music, though, right? Anyway, let me see what else has been called so far. Yeah, it looks like Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maryland. These are not surprises. These are as we would expect. All right, now we got some more calls. Whoa, is this right? They're showing Florida as called. They're showing South Carolina as called. They're showing Tennessee, Georgia, Mississippi. Sorry, I spoke wrong. That's Alabama. I do know the difference between my southern states. I just misspoke there. Right. That's yeah, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma also called for Trump, according to this, but I haven't seen this pop up on the live elections. It doesn't look so. Whatever this is, AP. I think AP. Okay, so AP has called these states. AP has called up to, but where's the other one? This one? Showing the, yeah, 27 to 90. So they've called one Senate seat that's going to be a pickup for the Republicans. I don't know which one that is. Why aren't they putting this stuff down here? Like a lot of information still needs to come in about the House. Okay, there it is. Yeah, same. Yeah, so these are called. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. They haven't made the call on Mississippi yet. They have made the call on Alabama.
To see a bit of a picture maybe emerge here, and there's a couple layers to this. Again, a third of the vote, and you see Donald Trump up by about 200,000 here. I say there's a few layers. The first I can tell you is this. One thing we were looking for here and are looking for in Georgia, I was describing it earlier, there's just a lot of very small rural counties that are going to be deep, deep red. And the question, one of the questions coming into tonight was, would there be any slippage for Donald Trump in those counties, those core Republican Trump counties? Remember, he's trying to make up a deficit. He lost by about 12,000 votes last time. So we've got about 10 now completed of those rural, heavily Trump counties. We're talking about places where he's going to get 70, 75, 80% of the vote. In all 10 that have now been completed, Trump's vote share relative to 2020 has gone up between 1 and 3 points. So again, there's a lot more rural counties out there, but they start to add up. And when it's 10 for 10 so far, I'd say that's something the Trump campaign in that layer is looking for. Now, there are other layers to this. Let me take you to another one. We talk about, for the Democrats, this core blue area in and immediately around Atlanta, and we're starting to get a lot more out of here. So let's say Fulton County, this is the biggest of the big. This is where Atlanta is, or most of Atlanta. It bleeds over into another county. But again, we've got the early vote.
I forget what that other county is. I used to know the name.
And put this in some perspective, this is how Biden did in Fulton County.
I'm surprised he doesn't know the name.
Like all of these Atlanta metro counties, the story here has been Democrats getting bigger and bigger margins election after election. They want that trend to continue tonight. They don't want it to stop.
Is it DeKalb County? Forsyth, thank you.
So with some same
Thank you.
Still to come in Fulton, we want to see how this develops, but they want to have the number Democrats do high. 71's a very high number, and the margin's very big. They want to have it higher than 71. There's still votes to come, but we're keeping an eye on that. We've also got here, this is just as core a Democratic county as you're going to get, a large historically black county, Clayton County. We've got more than 2/3 of the vote in here, and again, this is sort of customary Democratic level here. That's what they want to be seeing in a county like Clayton County. Take a look again. Gwinnett is still pretty empty. Another one to update you, though, on, we asked as a key question in this metro area, is this blue zone expanding at all? And this is the county we wanted to watch, Fayette County, and we've got a Fayette County in right here. And again, take a look. This is what it was in 2020. This would be...
So, yeah, Atlanta's so big that there's going to be suburbs stretching out into several different counties.
same day vote. That's the more Republican friendly still to come here. So is this as good as the picture is going to get for Democrats in Fayette County? Now, I say there's layers to this. That's the core Democratic area. We'll see how much they can squeeze out of there. Another question here has been, and a big one that looms, is when you get just outside this core Atlanta area, there are some very big counties in sort of the fringes of the Atlanta metro. And unlike this area, they're all red. They all got somewhat significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge reason Donald Trump lost the state. In fact, I can call those counties up.
So yeah, we're talking about the suburban vote here, right?
They look like it's sort of these counties here. There's some socioeconomic differences, but we're keeping a close eye on these to see if there's, because these are big, highly populated counties. If there's Trump's.
Actually, I don't even know.
Couple we want to call your attention to. This is one of the.
There's suburbs and there's exurbs. I would almost call these kind of look like exurbs.
Here. This is getting a little bit more diverse. You know, about 2 decades ago, it would have been 90% white. Now it's about 75% white. The diversification of the Atlanta metro area is extending to sort of the exurban area. But again, the key.
I got it. It's exurb.
This is what he fell to.
But yeah, the
Still a great number, you know, if you just looked at it. But
like I said, Democrats tend to win metro. Republicans tend to win.
Step back in 2020. His campaign wanted to claw some of that back. And again,
Democrats tend to win metro. Republicans tend to win rural. And then the suburbs and the exurbs are kind of the battleground.
But again, they want to be climbing, not falling back and climbing a little bit in a place like Cherokee County or next door. Yep. Yep.
What do you got?
Yep.
Is something happening? Bernanke. Oh, did they have to cut off? Maybe they went to a commercial break. Either he's getting some information here.
Yes, absolutely. So again, we want to see there if that Trump number comes out. All these counties in sort of the exurban area. Forsyth is another big one. And actually, you know, you can see here a little bit less of the vote in, but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like Forsyth.
So I would say mixed data from Georgia so far.
It's just slowly taking shape. Again, I will call these counties up sort of in
Vermont. Okay, we know that.
So you can see them in sort of south and in mid-state Georgia. There's a number of counties with large, they're rural counties with large African-American populations. And this is the place where Democrats think they can improve the turnout and either get better margins or cut into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 45% black population in Baldwin County. Joe Biden won this one in 2020, and with almost all the vote in now, Trump 3 points ahead of Harris here. It's only one small county, but we're looking to see.
I think we got to put the political label on in
about 2/3 in
on Twitch, right?
But again, this is what Joe Biden was.
Am I right about that, Twitch chatters?
Counties like those small rural Trump ones I was taking you through. These are all counties.
So understand that I'm not getting any ad money for this on Twitch, potentially. So I appreciate everybody who supports the stream.
37% of the vote is in right now.
Speaking of which, we've got an ad break coming up in 10 seconds. I should have warned you about that earlier. If you want to get out of it, do it for free with the Twitch Prime. Do it for $6 with $6.
Some of it's inside the perimeter here.
You could also be gifted a sub, but that's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
Very Democratic friendly. Huge number you can expect for Democrats out of here. We haven't seen anything from that yet. And I also think we've got some numbers here. Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Pennsylvania, because you see a massive.
Okay, so we're starting off with Philadelphia. Look at this.
In Pennsylvania, there's really only, we talk about this early in-person voting that, millions of people are doing in other states. They don't really have that in Pennsylvania. It's pretty much just vote by mail or vote same day. And what's happening in most of Pennsylvania tonight is the vote by mail is going to all be reported out first and then the same day. And we expect a pretty clear division, unlike in some other states where the vote by mail we think will be very heavily Democratic and the same day will be more heavily Republican.
So wait, did anybody have Florida as going to Kamala? Was that Hassan?
This is a giant batch, all of vote by mail.
Did Hassan say that he would post nudes if if Florida went blue?
As more votes come in, but that's what you've got right there. You've got all the vote by mail, perhaps, in Allegheny County, or a very, very good chunk of it. Again, this is where Pittsburgh is. About 1.2 million people. The inner suburbs around Pittsburgh, too, heavily Democratic. So, again, big Democratic number there. And also in Lancaster County, well, only about 700 votes there. So, really, the two big cities in the state have come in. We're getting a little bit more now, Butler County and a few others. But, again, you can expect it's the vote by mail first in Pennsylvania. So, you can expect Harris to have a pretty substantial lead in these early, in the early hour.
Omega Star says, I just want Cruz out. Yeah, in Texas, right? Cruz has...
4 years ago, the story was they counted the same day first. Trump had a big...
Cruz has the best chance he's had in losing this year in Texas.
About all of the mail vote to come in, followed by the same day. And the question will be, on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again, yep.
What? God, I hate it when he gets an update. I'm just like, it like throws me for a loop. It's like there's somebody there just being like...
Yep, and it was just checking in on a couple others there. But so Pennsylvania again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way, let's take a look here.
Do we have anything from Michigan? Ooh, we have Ann Arbor.
Biggies. So this is, we said...
That's a college town.
Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to...
Cruise to Cancun says Anno Domini.
There's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, over...
Wait.
2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won.
I mean, if this is like we only got 16% in... It's hard to tell what part of the county is reporting.
Or higher a ballpark in
right, because if that...
Very good. Yep.
Yeah. Well, she needs Michigan, that's for sure. And she really has kind of fucked the bag as far as getting Michigan. This has been her biggest failure. To reach out to disaffected voters that want to see some distance between herself and Biden. Particularly voters in Michigan. Okay, so I don't know. Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on here with Kornacki. We're getting like a side view of him. Oh, he's back.
We're going to check in on North Carolina. In Michigan again, 8 p.m. Almost all the polls closed. The reason they don't officially close, there's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone. But we're going to be getting this.
UP is Upper Peninsula. It's that extra part of Michigan.
You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids.
It's the body shot?
Area of western Michigan that Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question in this county, this is Kent County. It's a biggie. Grand Rapids is a city of, about 2.
Sorry, I'm so quiet, chat. We're listening to Kornacki.
6. Democrats would love to get that up to double digits, and they'd love to make further progress in this region. It's a lot of population here. Democrats see a lot of room for growth. Also up here, by the way, you see that's Grand Traverse County, where Traverse City, Michigan is. Both parties sent their candidates to Traverse City a couple times here. This part of Michigan, it's not as big population-wise, but it's very volatile politically. They sort of call this the cherry coast. Cherry farming is big up there. There's wine country.
They have cherries?
It's one of the wealthiest in the state. Again, these are traditionally Republican counties where they've given way for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse. You see just a little bit of the vote is in right there. It's where Traverse City is. But that's one to watch tonight if it turns blue. Democrats would love to shift that one. So, again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the things we're going to be looking for. And, of course, Wayne County, Detroit, the inner suburbs there, cities like Dearborn, where the Gaza situation, we want to see if it has a bearing. All things we're going to watch as Michigan comes in. And we move to the Tar Heel State. Now, about 10% in
North Carolina.
In North Carolina. And again, you see the Harris advantage. We're just going to check in here. I haven't actually seen them, so I'm looking right now. Again, Wake County, this is Raleigh, state capital. This is one of the biggest single Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. Not much in. Democrats just want massive margins here in Durham County here, Orange County, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. Also important for Democrats, and there's not much here right now, but it's sort of, they call it the triad. This is where, Greensboro is in this county. You go over.
I thought you called it the research triangle. Is that what he's talking? Is he talking about the research triangle?
Democratic counties and should be. We want to see those take shape tonight. And I want to draw your attention to a county that I think is going to be very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina. It's this one right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County is massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg.
What is a bedroom community? Can somebody explain? I've heard this all my life. I don't understand what it is.
In the Charlotte area, sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way.
What?
Look, though, at Union County. Here's the trend. Again, it's slippage for Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24.
Oh, I see.
30. And I think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight. As you see this county come in, is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60.
I mean, there's hardly any votes there, but yeah. You want to see Kamala's number go up.
That's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see.
So she's got the lead. Like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look, because we've got some. Yeah, I'm checking these to see one thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County has a. Let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. This is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations think they can improve the turnout, think they can improve Democratic margins in some cases, maybe flip some of them. So we do have 3/4. It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be looking at. There's a lot of them in rural eastern North Carolina. Not much to show you right now, but with large black populations. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties. The Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically in them. We want to see it's in this eastern North Carolina area here. We want to see as these fill in, are Democrats taking strides forward there? They think they can with Kamala Harris as the nominee. They think they've improved their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina and returning to Georgia, where we now have
a lot of Atlanta and
in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I've struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett. And we don't have many more from Gwinnett, but you're starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just seeing if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the vote in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals at least in Georgia, Rachel.
All right, back to the music so I can actually talk to you. Hi, chat. How's it going? I'm just letting Steve Kornacki, when he's actually on, because I don't even know what his pattern is here. He just kind of comes in, he says a few things, the music turns on. I guess no, I thought he was going to go to the bathroom. Are we back? I can't tell when he's just fidgeting around, and when he's about to say something. What is with this Kornacki cam too? We got this weird up close and personal, in his workspace. You know what I'm saying? And it feels like he doesn't know the camera's there. Like, that's just not how you place a camera. I voted for Irene Geller 14 times, says Buffy. Started an especially horny David Lynch. Oh my god, I gotta do better at keeping up with chat. How are you doing, chat? You are voting for Olaimi, the Vanguard, and Emma on a panel together. Yes, on a panel talking about Anna Kasparian and talking about the Kamala Harris campaign. So if you want something different, right, your best bet is that we hit the bonus content goal. Right now it's at 2%. Unless I've missed something. But if we get it to 100%, then we can do something else. Now, obviously, I'm not going to cut away in the middle of like breaking news to something else, but I feel like at some point tonight that will be appealing. So right now, what's winning is Olaimi, the Vanguard, and Emma. They were all on a panel together. Olaimi's doing panels now. It's pretty awesome. That's in first place. In second place, we got Korean Granddad trying to ride that boar. Still trying to ride that boar, right? Riding it to the effect of 28%. And in third place, we have Ted Cruz getting weird about trans people because he's Ted Cruz, and of course he is, right? And that's at 22%. Gaming, Metaphor, Refantasio, or Fallout New Vegas in fourth position. But yeah, that's how it's going right now. Again, if we end up getting vote in the full-scale stream, right? The stream that's not vertical, it's like not the short stream, like right, the other YouTube stream. Vote in that stream, and if you can, leave a like while you're there because it helps me out a lot.
But now there are freaking communists.
So does subscribing to my channel, and so does hitting that like button. All of this helps me out greatly, and I appreciate it. I'm glad I can bring you this. We've been covering this race hardcore since Kamala got into it. I gotta admit, I wasn't as interested in covering the presidential race when it was Trump and Biden. We did cover, did we cover the, we did. I think we did the debate somehow. It's sometimes hard to watch this stuff because you got sometimes kind of a copyright issue. It can be kind of a copyright issue. But yeah, there's Kornacki and his producer, I don't know. Cameraman behind. Like, I'm just guessing, Chad. I don't know if that's his producer. He just kind of looks like he would be, but what do I know? What do I know at the end of the day? Okay, so I think we're good for a little while here. We can check around and see what else is popping. All right. I might have some updates for you here. Some of these you already know. Yo, Mark Gold. Okay, so you know these, right? Harris, we're going to call Massachusetts, Maryland, Washington, D.C. for Harris. Oh, I didn't tell you Washington, D.C., but that's called too, right? Calling those for Harris, right? Rick Scott, we can now say, has won re-election in Florida. So congratulations, Floridians. You're going to get another... for another 6 years of Rick Scott. Aren't you excited? We can call South Carolina for Donald Trump. And we can call the U.S. Senate seat in Connecticut for Democrat Chris Murphy, re-elected tonight. That's the latest. Omega Star, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Oh, wait, I gotta make this actually show up. I didn't realize, chat, there was something that I didn't do. There's something that I didn't do. Here we go. Flop. Let's try that again. Yes. Omega Star, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Mark Gold, you just got weaseled. Rich Man, you just got weaseled. Pearson Brennan, you just got weaseled. Professor Z, you just got weaseled. And Rachel Ramon Donlin, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Big panel of awesomeness. Look at that. So let me show you a bit more about how this bonus content stuff works. Wait, do I actually even have it? Here, let me put it on the... There we go. All right, so now you can all see it, right? This is the bonus... It's the donation goal, right? We have a donation goal. It's at 2%. Watch it go to 17%, right? And then watch this get 15%. So that's what happens when you donate, whether it's a super sticker, a super chat, whether you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to other people, whether you are supporting me on Patreon, signing up for Patreon, or supporting me on Throne, which is the link right down there, or you're getting out of the ad break cleverly using a Twitch Prime sub or for $6. Or if you're gifting subs on Twitch, any of those things, anything that is a dono entitles you to tell me to put your money where your mouth is, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, should you so choose. You can also say Vox Populi if you believe in the sanctity of the vote and you don't want to disturb that, right? You want to, in fact, fight against those whose donations would skew the poll one way or another. You can say Vox Populi. That's what that is, right? So you can actually, use your donation for good or for evil. I don't care as long as the stream is supported. Really, I'm happy. When will I be weaseled again? Says Davi. That's the weird thing about memberships. On Twitch, you can give somebody a sub, like, right? You can say this person gets a sub, but on YouTube, you can gift memberships, but it's just like it goes everywhere. It can be anywhere. All right, what are we doing? 27 electoral votes for Harris, 99 for Trump. The weird thing about this is that this could definitely evoke memories of 2016 for some of you if you were watching the election in 2016. Because yeah, it would have looked the same. Trump picking up those delegates faster, or at least earlier, than Kamala Harris. However, you would have seen the same thing for Joe Biden. So it's not actually... So far, we don't have any upsets. So far, everything's gone kind of as expected. Let's see. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna try to... What the fuck is that? Yo, chat. Is that Kansas? That's Kansas! The Vanguard have flipped Kansas. What the fuck? It's light blue. Texas is light pink. Oh my god. Okay, so far, yeah, really nothing that is contrary to our expectation. Right? We're calling Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, South Carolina, and Oklahoma for Trump. We're calling Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, DC, and Maryland for Kamala Harris. That's 95 electoral votes to 35 so far. We do also have some data in from a lot of states. We got data from Michigan, data from we haven't looked at the New Jersey data yet. I mean, not that that's going to be... New Jersey is not. But the Pennsylvania data, that's starting to come in. The North Carolina data, that's starting to come in. The Georgia data, that's definitely coming in. That's what Stephen Kornacki's been checking up on us with. We got Missouri data. Looks favorable to Trump. But so far, there's no real... I mean, the closest thing to a surprise I see here is that right now, Kamala is slightly ahead of North Carolina. But it's really not that surprising. The state was going to be close. It's a good sign. It's always... You'd rather be ahead than behind always. But it's hard to know unless you know the state really well and you can, like, dissect it and be like, we've got data in from this state, from this county and this county, but not this county. And this county's going to go big Trump, and this county's going to go big you got to kind of know it in a granular way like that to really be able to make much about the data. And Steve Kornacki's like the best thing that we have as far as that. I couldn't even remember like which county was Fulton County and which county was Forsyth County. I knew that Atlanta was like it kind of straddles two counties, but
now they're a freaking communist.
but yeah, we are showing a slight lead for Kamala Harris in Kansas. I do not expect that to persist.
So peaceful up here.
That's wacky.
Freaking communist.
But the better question, right? And if you come here to find out who's going to be your next president, then the question that you want answered is what's going to happen in North Carolina, what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, right? These two states are huge right now, and what's going to happen in Georgia as well. But like I said, Georgia, North Carolina, kind of interchangeable. Kamala wins either of these two counties, and then she can get away. Either of these two states, and then along with a pickup of Nevada, she can lose part of her blue wall and still win. So yeah, the blue wall states, we got Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Right, that's Kamala's most likely path to victory at the moment, right? The Sun Belt, we've got North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. And those states tend to look better for Trump. It's just like the conventional wisdom as of late has said. So, but yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like hanging up on this. Like, let's see. Do we have anything? Okay, so we're truly, is North Carolina, am I a North Carolina delegate? I think you would have seen a pretty big interruption in my stream if that's where I was located. I would have disappeared around the time of the hurricane. So yeah, Kornacki's just kind of being a nerd. We're looking at his. It's a good thing that he's got. Can you imagine how if he had a bald spot like right there? Like if literally the camera was up in his bald spot. I would be like, what the fuck is your network doing to you, Steve? You're such a valuable asset. Come work for me. Do you think we could hire Kornacki? Do you think we could get Kornacki? Just hire him right out from under. Donald Trump has won Arkansas, which is totally how it's pronounced. Arkansas goes to Donald Trump. Exit poll. The majority of Texas voters think abortion should be legal. I guess, is that a... Why did I not... Oh, yeah, there is an abortion referendum, isn't there? Exit poll. Okay, now this is a nationwide exit poll. Seems a little early to release nationwide polls, but it's not giving me a... I am so curious. Well, I was hoping it would tell me. Anyway, all I got is an exit poll. 2/3 of black women say they would be scared if Trump wins. I will be scared if Trump wins. Everyone's agreed that it's too invasive. Other people are saying this. I'm not the lone voice crying in the wilderness for the dignity of this man, this beautiful man, Steve Kornacki. You know what I want, chat? I want a VR experience where I'm like in the studio with Steve Kornacki. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to I want a VR experience where I'm like a drone flying around
Yeah, and again, now a little bit more than
Steve Kornacki's head.
wide, heavily the vote by mail here. That's why you see such a massive Harris lead. Not just heavily vote by mail, but heavily Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area, Allegheny County. Those are the two biggest in the state. So I think why don't we just give you a sense here over the next couple hours as
Do not expect
to take shape what we're going to be
the end results to look like this. All right.
when we start talking about
We've got a
270 scenario.
lot of
First of all, for Democrats,
we got a lot of Metro
it's just a question of margin.
data back.
Going to win this very big, but let me just show you.
Look at that 82. Shit, yeah. Oh, you know, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me do a calculation really quick. Oh my god. Wait, no. Oh my god. I gotta pause him. All right. I want to know if we're on track to match. Wait, is he gonna say it to match that margin?
I think one of the numbers to keep an eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is, does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they're going to be feeling very good about what they can do in Pennsylvania. Can they drive that number up? Because, while this is a big number for Democrats, this 81-18 victory for Biden over Trump, there was a little bit of slippage there. This is just the city of Philadelphia.
I love the phrase slippage. It's a slippage. You got a little slippage.
What they used to get out of Philadelphia. It's because in 2020, in part, Trump made gains with Hispanic voters in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch.
Some of this demographic data that they keep on mentioning, it's kind of untested.
Getting up to 5, or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia. The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia, these four right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost two sections here. Take these three together. Delaware County, where we do have
look.
Can show you right now. Core Democratic county. This is a little bit more racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points. It's just about running up the number for Democrats in Delaware County, as is the case in Chester.
Let's rewind that. Okay, wait. All right, so I just did the math. Okay, I don't know if I got this right, but they're like 50,000, by my math, they're 50,000 off the Biden numbers, right? This amount reporting and this number, would result in 551K.
Take them in almost two sections here. Take these three.
This part's really, this is crucial right here. I'm gonna go back over this again at double speed.
It's just a question of margin. Harris,
This is crucial.
Let me just show you what happened in 2020. This is what it looked like, and this was a margin for Democrats. You could see Biden 603,000, Trump 132,000. That is a margin of about 470,000 votes for Democrats out of Philadelphia. I think one of the numbers to keep an eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is, does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they're going to be feeling very good about what they can do in Pennsylvania. Can they drive that number up? Because, while this is a big number for Democrats, this 81-18 victory for Biden over Trump.
I also don't know of the percentage in. Is that the percentage of voters or the percentage of districts or precincts?
Of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin, but how big? Is it going north of 470? Is it getting up to 5? Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia. The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia, these four right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost two sections here. Take these three together. Delaware County, where we do have a little bit of vote, can show you right now. Core Democratic county. This is a little bit more racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points. It's just about running up the number for Democrats in Delaware County, as is the case in Chester County.
His camera broke.
Again, this fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while. See what Biden got here, 58%. Maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60%?
Trump's going to be so pissed if it's Pennsylvania that does him in.
What's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is...
Like, if he loses because of Pennsylvania...
2016, and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas.
Like, if she hits that blue wall trifecta, he's gonna hate that.
In into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, I keep saying it, but it's what the stats show, high concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up margins in those places that can offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these 3 counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true swing county here. How this one goes tonight could tell us a lot about how the state is going. It's just, it's more blue collar than these other collar counties. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County.
Slippage!
Trump had some slippage in 2020.
I fucking love the slippage.
For Democrats, we're going to keep an eye on this region. Western
Slash, I'm scared of the slippage.
because it's vote by mail. These are almost all
Like, if it's Trump slippage, that's good.
running up the score.
We want to see that slippage.
65
The nip slippage, yeah.
all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of something else, changing attitudes towards Trump perhaps? Big question here, and there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Big question.
Yellow Bus Rider, I've got him,
16 levels are really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing.
I've got him sped up.
Counties in this sort of this stretch of the state right here, you've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations. And that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic, largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump actually, he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020.
Oh, that's right, Sophia. That's right.
in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here.
Yeah, he's already yelled at all of Jewish people
A trend that continues this
for not voting for him in bigger proportions.
around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia.
I think he's had a lot of coffee. No. That I've just got him sped up.
2016 levels.
We're about to catch up with live.
Vote by mail that you're seeing there in
I slowed it down because there was something important.
looking for, and just take
I wanted to go over the Philadelphia returns.
tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're
Arkansas.
we have all the vote in an account.
Wait.
You compare it to the last election.
What?
there's a trend. So
Wait, I don't understand this. They're projecting. Look at that shit. They're projecting Arkansas Trump wins, but look, he's got less votes now. How does that work? I don't know.
we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them.
Connecticut. Wow, Connecticut's close.
One of our questions in Georgia is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his
Slippage.
state. So we are not seeing that there, but there's a lot more obviously.
Slippage.
Georgia continues to come in.
Okay, so yeah, North Carolina. Oh, is it flipped? Do we have Trump ahead in North Carolina now? Yes, we do. But like I said, we're not going to know a lot from just who's ahead and who's behind. Yeah, like I said, if you took the Kamala being ahead in North Carolina to the bank, you'd feel silly right now. It's now Trump's taken the lead. But again, it just like it's a jigsaw puzzle of counties. Some of those counties are going to be heavily red. Some of those counties are going to be heavily blue. Some of those counties are going to have more or less people in them, and they're coming in just kind of trickling in I mean, it's not randomly, but right, there's no way to know the rhyme or reason. Okay, so that's New York. We got the Illinois. We can call Illinois for Kamala Harris. We are seeing a lead in Michigan and in Pennsylvania for Kamala. But again, I think we got a lot of the urban vote so far in these. North Carolina has slipped back to a slight Trump lead. Oh, wait. So, wait, is this Mark Robinson losing? And what's his name, Stein, winning? So they haven't called Mississippi yet. One of the other, the AP has. But they've also called Connecticut and Rhode Island and DC. Oh shit, look at that. So it looks like Virginia, Trump's taken a lead in Virginia. Now that is a lead that I do not expect to see stand. There we are. Okay, so we're caught up now. Did you hear how the music was extra fast? It's because I pulled him back because he was explaining something about Philadelphia and the numbers that they want to see to match the Biden numbers or to exceed. So it's essentially, if she can match or exceed the Biden numbers in the larger urban areas, she's pretty much golden in Pennsylvania. We're calling Delaware for Harris. Yeah, Democrat Josh Stein has indeed defeated Mark Robinson. Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester has won her Senate seat in Delaware. The energy definitely looks better at the Harris campaign at this point. I mean, look at that Trump campaign rally. God, that's sad. But you do have like a sort of diversity, right? It's represented right there. You got your old ass MAGA uncle. I shouldn't say old ass. I mean, he's not that old. You know, you got your Facebook MAGA uncle, and then you got your sweaty 4chan Groiper right behind him. They might have come together. Maybe this is this guy's uncle. I don't know. Those are weird MAGA hats. I'm used to the ones that say "Make America Great Again." I think it's weird when they say MAGA or Trump. Yeah, you do really have, like, yeah, generations of Trumples. Steve Kornacki and his epic music. We got an exit poll for you. Trump and Harris voters value different traits in their candidate. Come on. That's not... What the hell are they trying to make me say now? Red hat wearing hogs. Yeah, those are definitely... Yeah, the Trump people, they look too serious. They do. Why does he always put them under red lights, too? Have you noticed this? They do this at Trump rallies, right? They put like these weird red, like they look like they're chicken nuggets sitting at a Wendy's. Like sitting under the red light. We got some of those, you know those, see these hats with the orange and the camouflage? These are actually Waltz Harris hats that people are wearing. But I think they kind of took the idea from Chappell Roan. Chappell Roan had like a hat like that says Midwestern Princess. And they do seem to be emulating that. Thank you, Link Retro. They're all gonna laugh at you. Yeah, they got off of the weird sweaty uncle and nephew combo, and now they're on the Trump family. My parents brought me to this fucking event, family. Can you imagine growing up with a Trump hat? What would it be like to be like a kid and your parents are like Trumpies? That's like, oh my God. My God. I'm trying to imagine what that would be like. Growing up with Trump. Didn't Trump literally have a friendship with Epstein, says Jason Will. That's what Epstein says in some new tapes that were released. I'm trying to remember what the name of Wolf, something Michael Wolf, is that the guy's name? He wrote a book, and he's got some recordings of Epstein. This would have been post-election. Now, if you don't know, Trump and Epstein did for sure used to be pretty close, right? You can see videos of them chatting and hanging out and like saying probably horrible things about women. I mean, you can imagine. You use your imagination on what they're saying to each other, right? But so we do know that they were close, right? But how close, I guess, is kind of a question. We also know that when Epstein started to get accused of these things, Trump dropped him like a bag of hot potatoes, and stopped associating with him after that. So. Cindy Prim says, I'd run away from home. You would not want to be a Trump kid. I don't blame you. That'd be hard. That would be really hard. All right. So what are we looking at here? Yeah. So far the one surprise you see here is Virginia is tinted red. Right. That is not a state that's been called. That's a state for which the returns are now tilted in Trump's favor. We have new same thing in North Carolina. It was tinted blue before. Oh yeah, here's another surprise for you, right? Look at that, Kansas. What's up with that? Now look, if there was a state outside of like Iowa, Florida, and Texas that would go blue, it would maybe be Kansas, but we're a long way from there. In fact, I think we're a long way from Iowa going blue, despite some polls to the contrary. I love that they did a freaking poll, and their conclusion is that Trump and Harris voters value different traits from their candidates. Really? Really? Okay, so we're looking at North Carolina again. Wait, they've... Okay, that's Vance County. Okay, so he's looking through the counties. Oklahoma, we projected Trump as the winner. Okay, so yeah, NC statewide, I saw it really quickly. Trump at 54%. Kamala at 44. Late surge of GOP spending in Pennsylvania. Polls are closed now in Pennsylvania, where Democratic incumbent Bob Casey has lapped his Republican opponent Dave McCormick in fundraising, as Democrats struggle to maintain their lead over Republicans on the airwaves. Wait, this isn't even about the... Okay, so this is what we're talking about. There was a bunch of Republican money that went into Pennsylvania last moment, I guess. There's the different traits. Which trait matters? All right. If you're Trump, it's the ability to lead. You can bring needed change. If you're Kamala, it cares about people like me, and it's good judgment. You'd think that good judgment and ability to lead... Yeah, nobody thinks Trump has good judgment. But yeah, as far as what's been called, so far, no surprises. We do have some surprising characterizations on the board. Democrats winning or ahead in Kansas. That's pretty surprising. I don't expect that to hold up, and Republicans ahead in Virginia. I also do not expect that to hold up. Now, leading in Maine, that's interesting, right? Maine's an interesting one. Maine awards 2 votes, 2 electoral college votes to the candidate that wins Maine overall. And then it awards 1 vote to the winner in the what the fuck, Missouri? What are you doing? Did you just turn blue? Did you see that? Missouri just turned blue. No, that's not going to hold up. That's not going to hold up. But anyway, yeah. Then there's like there's 2 districts, right? There's a southern district and a northern district. And those each have 1, right? So Maine's got a total of 4. 2 are for at large. 1 is for southern, 1 is for northern. I'm guessing that they don't have the southern and northern separated on this map, so they're just going to show you the at-large. Republicans are ahead in the at-large. Again, some weird results, some weird early results. This is why early voting is not super, or early voting, what am I saying? Early results are not super reliable to use as a bellwether of how a race is going to end up. You've got Kansas and Missouri right now leaning towards Harris. I very much doubt that either of those will go to Kamala Harris, right? You have same thing over here in Virginia, a state that Donald Trump will most likely not win, but he is currently ahead.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
So, like, you're seeing a lot at play here on this map. Seeing a lot going on. 71. So she's kind of catching up to him in terms of delegates as more states get called. But let's concentrate on the important stuff, right? We've got 2 belts. We've got a Rust Belt that's up here. Rust Belt is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And we got the Sun Belt down here. That is North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. And these are the states that are swing states. The other states, we have a pretty good idea of where they'll go. Now, there's been some surprising data out of Iowa recently, a poll that had Kamala Harris up by 4. That's an outlier. Most other polls have Trump up by a decent amount. So, but it probably does mean something. It probably does represent some kind of shift in these upper Midwestern states. So could that shift affect Wisconsin? Well, Kamala Harris certainly hopes so, because right now she's ahead in 2 of the states that she needs for her easiest route to victory. We don't have any Wisconsin data in yet, but what we've got out of Michigan and Pennsylvania, which, like I said, is super early. Do not take this shit to the bank, all right? This could purely be a factor of the counties that are reporting in at the moment. But we do have Democrats ahead in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. Now that plus Wisconsin, and no weird surprises like Virginia doesn't stay red, right? That's the game, set, match, right? That's the end. If she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, it's over. Right? The other states that we have that are swing states here are North Carolina and Georgia. Now, she started off in Georgia with a lead, but like I said, it almost doesn't matter, what you start off with. The different counties report at different times. And so, the early numbers are going to be mainly a factor of the first counties to report. But yeah, North Carolina and Georgia now tilting towards Donald Trump. Florida has been called. So those of you who thought that somehow, whether as fallout from the Madison Square Garden incident or some other reason, right, that Florida was going to be Democratic. In fact, I believe that Hassan Piker agreed to show quote-unquote tasteful nudes of himself should Florida go blue. Hassan, I want you to know you have no worries. You're not gonna have to put out those nudes. You do not have to do that because Florida has been called for Donald Trump, as has South Carolina, as has West Virginia, as has Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. Oh, that's what happened. This is Illinois. I see. Okay. So that's the big mass of
Freaking communist invading radicals.
of electoral votes that came in for Kamala. That is Illinois. Come feel the Illinois. Well, they did feel it tonight, and they voted, and they voted for Kamala Harris. So that, again, not a surprise. Not a surprise. Nothing that has been called so far in either direction is much of a surprise. The only state that was even really aspirational, you know, was like that Democrats, the most bullish Democrats, hoped to maybe pick up Florida. But that's not a swing state, and that's not a state that's likely to swing. That's a state that consistently gets more and more Republican each election. So okay, no, Virginia. Maybe he's going to go over Virginia next, because this one's wild. Statewide, Donald Trump's got a tiny little lead. Look at that. Oh my God. Chesterfield County, they're tied. Vance County, she's up. Oh, sorry, is this North Carolina? We're back to North Carolina now. I want to know about Virginia. Kornacki hasn't shown a shit from Virginia so far, and my best guess is that maybe there's just not enough data to show anything conclusive. Senate race is not called yet? Wait, which one, Omega Star? Luckily, Florida was Florida, so I don't have to do that. Yeah, is that what he said? Or you don't have to see that. You don't have to see Hassan's tasteful nudes. Is Pennsylvania good news? Okay, so let me explain it to you this way. She's ahead in Pennsylvania. These are early numbers, and they could be biased easily one way or another based on the counties that have reported so far. So far, so good in Pennsylvania. Not so much, not good in Florida. There you go. The Hill called Virginia for Harris. That's amazing. Because we got these jokers over here showing us Virginia tilting towards Trump. But yeah, some of these things get called with weird numbers. Like I saw a state where Harris was up get called for Trump, but it's a state that we expect Trump to win. Again, that's weirding me out. Seeing Kansas and Missouri blue, that's too weird. But again, probably a factor of the precincts, sorry, not the precincts, the counties that have reported so far. Wait, so the Hill is doing this live too?
that he's really cut into a Democratic stronghold and he's changed. That said, the suburbs have not been kind to Trump, but the rural areas love him. And that's something, I mean, when you look at the big picture too, as Julia said.
Narwhal
this is very
underscore by
important
super chatted $5. To get in CC's attention, please tag her or send a super chat of $5 or more.
Oh, thank you, Narwhal by Nature. Yeah, that does get my attention. Speaking of my attention, I'm supposed to tell you what's winning in the bonus content. Looks like it's Ted Cruz getting weird with trans people. Who knew that he had that in him? But I guess he does. Limey, Vanguard, and Emma Panel is in second place. Korean Granddad rides a boar in third place. And Gaming is in fourth place. Ad break in 4 minutes. That's right, if you're watching me on Twitch.
for Trump to win not only Georgia.
I want to see who... Somebody said that the Hill was calling...
Yeah, so we've got some counties where
Okay.
we've got, a lot, maybe all of the vote that I think are very significant. We highlighted at the start of the...
Back to Kornacki.
Right outside Charlotte, this county right here, Union County in red. It's a core suburban Republican county, and it's one of those. It's gigantic, first of all. And second of all, it's one of those where Trump still won it in 2020, but he lost ground. Key question tonight, would he lose further ground? That's what Democrats are trying to do in Union County. We basically...
Come on, Trump. Lose ground.
You can see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago. Trump won it by 24. So no, Trump did not lose ground. In fact,
There's no slippage. Little bit.
that is what his campaign
We want to see the slippage.
want any more slippage. You can go next door from Union County and you see another trend that I think we're starting to see pretty clearly in North Carolina, and I'll show you that now. This is Anson County, again, just about complete. This is a rural county with a large black population, and one of the concerns for Democrats was they believed the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. When Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008, he did very well, won a lot of these counties. The question was, would Democrats improve in these counties tonight? What they've said about the ground game, maybe having Harris at the top of the ticket, thinking this might help them. So you see it right here. This county looks like it's going to flip. Joe Biden won this by 4 points 4 years ago. Now Donald Trump, with just about all the vote in, is ahead by 3 in Anson County. Again, rural, large African-American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here, large, rural, African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in, is winning it by less, only 12 points right there. You can go next door to Warren County, 26 for Biden tonight, 20 for Kamala Harris, just about all the vote in. I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bertie County, majority African-American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight about...
I'm sorry, Shorts chat. If you think that Joe Rogan's a Democrat, you need to give me some of what you're smoking.
County again. Large black population. Trump 5 4 years ago. Tonight 13 with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote, it's the in-person vote, it's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same day. We want to see, are there partisan differences between how those votes are going? So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a better, a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capital is here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can. So look, it was 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. You know, it's a little bit stronger now for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up in Wake. They want to get the number up. Now, Mecklenburg County is the other giant one. We don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican, and we could just show you, you're starting to, this is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it, and you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane. Look, 38-57.
There's a Republican conspiracy theory for those that believe that the Democrats control the weather, that the hurricanes were made to hit
I don't think there's an indication there. That's one county, but we're
Republican counties.
there are two blue counties in the mountains. The big one is
Pretty crazy what people will believe.
Now we have about half here with the same data come. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy.
This is Marjorie Taylor Greene I'm talking about.
To run up big margins.
Okay, so yeah, it's a little mixed.
Is that election day vote that we think is more Republican? So is this vote going to come down for Democrats?
Okay.
As that comes in, they want to be hitting a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county. It's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7 right now. Democrats, this is not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this, there's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees. A lot of these.
Yeah, so there's a lot of colleges in North Carolina, and it's where a lot of the Democratic votes come from.
Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here, this is Carrabas County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most.
Miskatonic says Republicans have fought back with their earthquake machines in California.
Diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress. Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. It came down to single digits in 2020. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's when we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big suburban test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations, not getting what they hope for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the triad. You got Greensboro. Again, we don't have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 243,000 votes. And we are getting a lot more clarity in the metro Atlanta area. A couple things. We talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that election day vote, a little bit more Republican friendly. 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that.
It's a match.
Like it did in 2020. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020, that's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It has transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now
So, chat,
in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18.
we're looking at these states in a granular way by county.
Look at this. In 2016,
And what we're looking for is what Kornacki is calling slippage.
over 20 tonight.
Counties in which
But that's a key one just because of the size and because
Harris does better than Biden did,
and we can also just take a look. I said
and counties
sort of
where
urban fringe
Trump does better than Trump did.
are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got
So we know what the results were in
is one of the wealthiest counties.
2020, which was a narrow Biden victory.
This is what happened in 2020.
And so the prevailing wisdom is that Harris needs to do
Tonight, he's winning it. You could see almost the
close to or at least that good in order to carry Georgia.
Let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come, so room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020, so any shift is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you can take a look down here at Walton County. Again, this is the early vote in Walton County. Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to...
So we're seeing slippage, which would suggest a possible Harris victory. However, as Steve is saying,
And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographic...
the same day voting, we're anticipating it being to the right of whatever the ratio is for the votes that we're already counting, the early votes.
won this thing by 25 points in 2020.
So while it looks good for Kamala right now, in terms of there's more slippage for Trump,
So again, we zoom out.
and all she's got to do is kind of equal with Biden.
Also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here. I'll show you. This is, we were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations. And the question for Democrats is, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin's just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won this thing, by about 13 points and change in 2020. So we're seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina. Randolph County, very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported.
We're projecting Donald Trump as the winner in North Dakota. Sorry, not North Carolina. Did not mean to alarm.
So far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small, but again, this is a large black population.
NBC is called Mississippi
with just about all the votes in
for Trump.
Slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. Harris is at 70.
So that's the concern, right?
Biggest single county in Georgia.
Will the remaining 22% pull the number substantially below Biden's number?
Even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it is, it may not be enormous enough.
Yeah, to counteract the more rural counties in Georgia.
As we get more from Georgia.
Yeah, sorry about that. I want to be real specific in the states that I'm telling you are called. But yeah, that was North Dakota once again. Looks like North Dakota and South Dakota maybe are called. All right, let's look at the AP. All right, so AP's made more calls. We're calling New York State for Kamala Harris. We're calling New Jersey for Kamala Harris. Seems like both rallies are kind of tense. Just waiting. So this is the Hill. Somebody told me that they had called... Oh my god, I can't remember where it was. They called Virginia for... Yeah, we still see on this one showing Trump with a lead in Virginia. We still see... Look at this. We see a lead for Kamala Harris in Kansas and Missouri. Again, I don't... oh, then we look... That's cute. We see a lead for Trump in Minnesota and in Iowa. Now, the Iowa one I wouldn't doubt, but the Minnesota one will likely change as the night goes on, as will the Kansas numbers and the Missouri numbers, right? The Democrats do not expect to win either of those states. What else have we called? Louisiana called for Donald Trump here on AP. Nebraska called for Trump on AP. Wyoming called for Trump on AP. North Dakota, South Dakota called for Trump on AP. And the total that we're seeing now is 99 electoral votes for Kamala Harris to 137 for Donald Trump at the moment. Now, this is not counting anything other than the ones that are called. Remember, the dark red, the dark blue, those states we know for sure. The light blood and the light red and the light blue are just, they're trending that way at the moment. They're leaning that way. The votes that have come in have that candidate ahead. Yeah, it doesn't look like any of the governor's races are that surprising. Now, I will point out that the Democrats have won North Carolina as expected. Dr. What is his name? Stein has beat Robinson, and could that bode well for Kamala Harris? It could. Generally, the effect of the down ballot and up ballot, we think of there being more of an effect from the president onto the governor rather than from the governor onto the president. But, you know, anything that kind of pulls people out to make them vote, including a governor, could potentially bring friendly voters out for Kamala as well. But we just don't know. And it's very close. There's signs in either direction in North Carolina. You see a lot more conservative calls here on the NBC. They haven't called yet. A lot of the stuff that's been called by the AP has not been called by this is NBC. Oh, Texas. We have AP calling Texas for Trump. Calling Wyoming, calling Nebraska, calling North and South Dakota. I think I already said those. still this strange anomaly of a blue Kansas and a blue Missouri that, like I said, will likely not hold. Although, I mean, like, there was that poll in Iowa that suggested a 3-point lead for Kamala Harris. And, I mean, you know, Iowa's right there. But yeah, I don't expect any of these states that are currently, like, other than Colorado will stay blue. New Mexico, red right now. Okay, so now this one I'm interested in. Virginia. Pennsylvania. Everyone's interested in Pennsylvania. That's the biggie. But yeah, Kornacki hasn't really talked about Virginia yet, which makes me think that whatever, you know, we're seeing as far as the numbers that are reported so far is close enough to what is expected as to not make... Oh, looks like MSNBC has called New York for Harris.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Welcome in, communists invading radicals. Have we got some more Kornacki? Every time the music pauses, I keep on thinking they're going to go back to Steve. If we're really going to, at least Washington is blue. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and again,
here we go.
In Pennsylvania, as we say, most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now, this one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania. About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that.
When he says the mail vote, he's talking about the mail-in vote, right? We're not talking about male, female
so more to come.
Differentiation.
This is a key county, I think, once we get full results here to understand where this might be going, because this is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania, and that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that actually swung between 16 and 20. 2 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this you could just see here. This is what it led to, the mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, you know, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin, too. And I just want to show you, we said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties, Brown, Outagamie,
what?
blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaki. These are core Republican suburbs where Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And just put this in.
Do they really call them the WOW counties?
For Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points. But look, in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney. It was more than 2-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at about the 2020 level. And this is the other one. Ozaki County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level of educational attainment. That is, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaki County in 2016, I don't know why I did that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one.
So I don't want to
see if Harris
get anybody's
getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more.
It's early, but so far
A very good number for Democrats.
we're seeing what looks like good numbers in Wisconsin
Right outside Milwaukee, used to win
for Kamala Harris.
for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding.
And I'm not just talking about like the
Do more. That's big for them tonight. And then there's this.
statewide, right?
Now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for
The mother lode.
come this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the
Dane County, that's Madison. Okay.
out in the state, Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county, Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County. Every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000. Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 190? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
So far, no surprises in the states that have been called. Although some people did have hopes for Texas and Florida. Those are now called for Trump. So if you had that kind of optimistic set of predictions, right? Sorry, it's not a good night for you. If you're Hassan Piker, right now you're probably breathing a sigh of relief with the fact that you will not have to show tasteful nudes as you promised to do should Florida go to Kamala Harris. But then again, he knew that. That's why he made that bet. Isaiah Baker says, we black voters are, of course, a monolith. Yes, that is how the black vote is talked about on the in the media. It's weird to think of a group of voters that, you know, normally vote like 90-10 split for Democrats, and that like the media seems to be ready to blame them should that 90-10 turn into an 80-20. We're not going to blame like the majority of white voters voting for Trump, the people that are actually putting Trump in office. No. Who is this dude? Chad, what is going on here? Kornacki stepped away. Is this going to be like is this his intern? Okay, what do we got here? Yeah, we're calling New York for Kamala Harris. We're calling the Florida for Amendment 4 to protect abortion rights has failed in Florida, right? So all right, still we're seeing. Oh my God, chat. This is so bizarre. Look at this. Like I said, it's Kansas, Missouri, Iowa are showing Democratic leads. New Mexico is back where we expect to see it, tilting towards Kamala Harris. Virginia has not tilted back yet, although we expect it to do so. North Carolina tilting towards Trump. Georgia tilting towards Trump. Pennsylvania and Michigan tilting towards Kamala Harris. The numbers right now from Wisconsin are tilting towards Trump, but again, we're missing a lot of data on that one. And the numbers we've seen from Wisconsin so far don't seem to be lower than Harris's performance doesn't seem to be lower than Biden's, so New York has passed its abortion rights amendment. Projecting Kamala winning in Illinois. We're seeing a rise in Latino votes for Trump compared to 2020. Kristen Gillibrand has been reelected in New York. Maryland has passed its abortion rights measure. So far, the only abortion rights ballot measure that we've seen go down is in Florida. So Arizona had some technical difficulties and will be keeping some of their polls open until later. Governor's race in North Dakota goes to Kelly Armstrong, Republican. Yeah, here we go. Suburban white women back Trump, but less so than in 2020. This is what I was talking about with all the discussion of like, you know, we'll like black people vote for Trump by 10% more than they did 4 years ago? And if so, you know, the implication being like that a Trump victory would be they're doing. Let us not forget that suburban white women back Trump, but not by very much. Not by very much. It's 51% to 56%. Amongst suburban women overall, 53% voted for Harris and 45% Trump. So that's a lot of heavy lifting that, like, you know, considering that white women in the suburbs are backing Trump slightly, that's a lot of heavy lifting for everybody else, right? In terms of like what the reason that the gender ratio is what it is. Baby Dog joins Jim Justice for victories. Do you remember Baby Dog? Jim Justice. This was the guy that was on at the Republican convention, and he had a bulldog named Baby Dog. Earthkeeper says, I'm still putting my faith in the Lichtman keys. I haven't looked into the Lichtman stuff, but yeah, you're right. Lichtman predicted that Harris would win. Trump pulled ahead in Virginia. Yeah, that's what we've got right now. Wait, are we oh, this is the Hill. Oh wait, they've got Virginia tilted towards Kamala. What is up with this? The Hill's data is weird. Let's look at this one. Yeah, this one's got Virginia with Trump ahead. Again, it's silly season over here with Kansas tilted blue, Missouri tilted blue, Iowa tilted blue, Minnesota tilted red, Wisconsin tilted red. Hey, we're seeing Ted Cruz ahead of Colin Allred by, what is that?
Have bigger bubbles, but
and don't forget, Texas has 254 counties, so a lot of those small ones, like I'm looking at Sterling County has not reported any votes, and let's see, there's a county up here in the north
it takes
part.
forever for me to scroll down to S. Thank you for saying S on Sterling.
There are 200.
No, I'm almost there now. Now you can't give up on Sterling. There's Sterling County.
There you go. No votes reported. But, so there are all these small counties. The biggest votes left to come in are in the Dallas Metroplex, Austin, San Antonio, Houston. Yeah. No surprise, the sort of the triangle that represents 75 or 80% of Texas's population. But we'll see how that goes. Two counties I always keep an eye on in these situations.
In Texas?
In Texas are Collin County and Denton County, just north of Dallas Metroplex, right up there. There you go. Collin County. And
83% in. Ted Cruz has 52 to 45. That's actually tracking
but now
with
there are
the closer to the statewide.
invading radicals.
Right, and you go just to the west there, and you'll get to Denton County.
Denton, there you go. 54, 44. So you got a
but now there are
slightly
freaking
better
communist
in Denton County.
Now let's consider what happened in Denton and Collin County from 2016 to 2020. In 2016, Hillary Clinton lost Collin and Denton County by about 20 points. In 2020, Joe Biden lost those two counties by, let's see, 8 percentage points in Denton County and 4 percentage points in Collin County. These are two of the fastest growing counties in America. And I've done a lot of reporting out there. I talked to mayors and city council members and state senators and stuff. They literally can't build schools fast enough to accommodate.
So Texas has been called for Trump. What I guess we're looking at is more the Ted Cruz versus Colin Allred race. Ted Cruz is definitely ahead with the votes we have in already, but it hasn't been called.
Those suburban counties in the Dallas Metroplex are going to start to flip. We haven't seen a full flip yet. So Cruz ahead by 7 points in Collin, 10 points in Denton. Looks like a little reversion to a pre-2020 era. But still, I'm watching those counties like a hawk. You can tell they went from 20 points in 2016 to less than 10 points in 2020. Over the long run, these are the growth areas of Texas.
All right, and then,
you know what? Actually, I shouldn't say that. Every area of Texas is the growth.
Okay, Texas not as interesting. Although it is important, chat, the U.S. Senate hangs in balance, and it's going to be hard for the Democrats to retain the Senate, even to get to 50-50, where if Kamala Harris were to be elected, Tim Walz would count as the tie-breaking vote. So whoever, basically, if the Senate ends up 50-50, then whoever is president kind of like controls the majority leadership. So we are looking at the Senate races as well as the House races, as far as whether the Democrats will flip control of the House, as many people predict, or whether the Republicans will retain control, whether the Democrats can hold on to a 50-50 margin. Okay, so we're looking at Pennsylvania here. Philadelphia, wow. 80%. Slippage. There's some slippage. Wait, is that? I can't tell. The numbers are moving too fast. Slippage. That looks like slippage for Trump. That's some major slippage. We're seeing a decent amount of slippage. We're seeing Trump slip in Pennsylvania right now. Will it? And remember, Pennsylvania was won by Joe Biden. So Trump cannot afford at the end of the night to have any overall slippage. Trump needs Kamala to slip in Pennsylvania. And so far, I'm just not seeing a lot of that. This is such a wild way to decide, like, who's, you know, gonna move out of the country. Right? Sorry, I mean, I should depersonalize that. So such a wild way to decide who gets to be president. Like the fact that we're like looking at all these counties and we're like, this one, Joe Biden won it by this much. Kamala Harris is winning it by this much, but we got votes to come in. Are they going to vote less overwhelmingly for Kamala? Will she slip underneath the Biden ratio? Who will have the slippage? Is she up in Pennsylvania now? I think so. We still have those pesky Midwestern states that are showing a Kamala Harris lead. Now, if she gets Iowa, I'm going to be legitimately surprised. We did see that poll that had her up, but again, that poll's an outlier. The only reason that poll might be true is because people, after being wrong about Donald Trump in 2016, undercounting his voters, after undercounting his voters in 2020, people have too much of a Donald Trump lead baked in, or just have not been polling states that aren't considered swing states, which would be wild if one of the states that was not considered a swing state swung while nobody was looking. That's like when you shut the refrigerator door, does the light stay on? Does it, or is it food fight in there? Is it oh my god, what's that movie called? Sausage Party. Yeah, that's what happens. When you close that refrigerator door, your food gets busy. Your food gets freaky. Maybe. When you leave, when the grocery store gets closed at night, right? Do all the products come out and hang out with each other? Do all the icons, all the brand mascots, do they all live some sort of a social life while the grocery store is closed? These are questions that I can't answer. This is above my pay grade. Trump people looking at their phones, Harris people, it's hard to tell. The camera's kind of far away. Both of these groups, they just seem pretty concerned. All right, what do we have here? Anything? New update. Come on, give me that new update. New update. Wins Kansas. That's what I said. There's no way that she's winning Kansas. So we've got a projected win in Kansas for Donald Trump. Surprising no one. Have they? Okay, they finally have Kansas as a lean red. So right now, Kamala's got a lead in the blue wall, these 3 states. Now, these 3 states, in and of themselves, should give her enough to win, assuming that nothing wacky happens, like losing Virginia.
It's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close.
Statewide, she's up by almost 2 points.
We talked about this is Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5, 7 before. Now with 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit. It's down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's 2 very different ways this has played out in the last 2 elections. In 2016, Trump got close to 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number. Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8.
Oh my God, this could not be more.
In 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the
exurbs, yeah.
Where the growth is the fastest and the
oh, okay, I see.
Is the most dramatic, and that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black, and you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here.
So yeah, Atlanta metro area, she's got to bank as many votes as she can, because you can see the rural parts of the state are very red.
Tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won. Almost all in 2020, almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it.
So good signs from the Atlanta and suburbs.
The vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20.
Look at that.
30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is,
Look at that.
I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations, you start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in. And
So Fulton County's huge. It's the county with Atlanta in it. It's probably the largest population, I would guess, in Georgia
Democrats might have done themselves in those other
of any county.
So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, Douglas, Cobb County, we also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County again. Take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much.
But again, overall, she just needs to match Biden's numbers.
That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here.
All right, so Nevada's polls are going to be closing at in a minute and 12 seconds.
Checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So, again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in this big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Oh my God, seriously. Seriously. Do we have time to look at the Anna Kasparian thing? All right, so Anna Kasparian spent the evening with such luminaries as Barry Weiss, Michael Schellenberg, Coleman Hughes, Dasha of Red Scare, Brianna Wu, Abigail Schreier, Marianne Williamson. God, but is this like some kind of Daily Wire thing? I didn't see that she appeared. Okay.
Joined by, and I'll go ahead and say it. I'm not ashamed to say it.
This is fucking Ben Shapiro here.
My favorite.
Or sorry, this is the Ben Shapiro show.
Commentator in the country.
Sorry, the Daily Wire. Let me speak correctly.
The Young Turks, Anna Kasparian. Anna, we interviewed you at the Republican National Convention when Joe Biden was still the nominee. It feels like 3 years ago. You said at the time you would not vote for him. So I'm interested, has your opinion shifted now that Kamala Harris is on the ticket?
I did not vote for president. I wrote in a candidate. I live in California, so I have the ability of.
I wonder who she wrote in.
Voicing my discontent.
RFK Jr.
Through this one act.
Who's definitely RFK Jr.
You know, I just think that Kamala Harris has run a campaign that's very.
She wrote in Cenk Uygur.
regard to policies that Joe Biden has championed that I don't necessarily agree with, but at the same time, I'm also not the kind of person who feels like her best interests are represented by Donald Trump. I've instead kind of delved into
heterodox thinking
that have more of an impact on my day-to-day life, but that's where I'm at.
It's Jimmy Dore.
Remember when we were at the
It's Dave Rubin.
You really strenuously encouraged your party, encouraged the Democrats to actually have a primary and not just to crown Kamala Harris. That didn't happen. How many are there like you who lean to the left, who feel really disappointed in how that process played out?
We're about to find out tonight. I mean, I can speculate, but based on...
They're asking her if there's people who are like, oh, I don't like that Kamala Harris didn't win the primaries. Like, that's like nobody.
Because they view Donald Trump to be a threat to our democratic process and a chaotic individual who is going to lead to more divisions in the country. So far what I've noticed from any Democratic voter that I've spoken to, even if they complained about Harris being anointed as the nominee, there's still...
Nobody complains about the anointing. Everybody knows that Biden was too old to fucking run.
A little bit of irony there in looking at Trump as a threat to democracy while also acknowledging, hey, a normal process didn't...
They're really trying to push this, and she's not doing anything to stop them. She's like, no, you're absolutely right, right-wingers. Democrats are scumbags and corrupt for not rerunning a mini primary in the middle of the fucking election. For not having an open convention, right? The Democrats are completely corrupt bastards for that shit, and like, she's just completely playing along with them. What do we have? Florida, we know that already. He's up in North Carolina, 52% to 46%. 66% of the votes in. Somebody was asking about Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at that. Wait, in Pennsylvania, I don't see that, right? And this is the weird thing, right, is that we're seeing Virginia lean to the right. That's not what we're seeing. Iowa lean to the left, right? We were seeing even Kansas leaning to the left. Those numbers have kind of, more numbers have come in, and Kansas is more like where we'd expect to see it. But look at that. There's a lean in Iowa. The blue wall states all are at the moment leaning to Kamala Harris. The question is like how much, right? Because we don't know, when the votes kind of come in from different counties at different times. We were going to project a winner for Utah and Montana. Surprise, surprise, it's Donald Trump winning Utah and Montana. Polls are about to close in Nevada, or they have closed. What is this?
Making sure the people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while, and then I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those collar counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More working class than some of those neighboring suburb areas, counties. They say...
What a dog shit fucking country. You're not wrong.
That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were, with 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's going to have to try to run up the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. I'm going to look at one more area before I send it to you guys. This is the swing here. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton. This is Bethlehem. That's that whole Valley area there. Biden was at 49. Harris is right there. Look, guys, it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top or who's lower right now. Still too close to call. Trump's on top, but only about 17.
Oh, okay, so that's what you're seeing.
In 2020, was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way. That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania because you're talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Can we talk a minute about the amount of money that is spent in some of these races? Pennsylvania, I'm looking here, Pennsylvania, Biden-Harris plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Yeah, $314 million, I think, overall when you add both campaigns together.
$1 billion if you throw in the Senate.
All right, so what are we? I mean, they're. I don't know if AP just hasn't updated or if they just have a different count or what, but AP's got Kamala up in Pennsylvania. I'm sure whatever it is, it's very close, and we expect Pennsylvania to be very close, right? Of the blue wall states, Kamala is better positioned in Wisconsin and Michigan than she is in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has looked at like a toss-up for a very long time. We're still showing Virginia as red. We're still showing Iowa as blue. I expect those to, and Minnesota as red. I expect all of those to flip. But yeah, North Carolina and Georgia still tilted towards Trump. And depending on who we're listening to here,
53% to 45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is this 45%. That is because of the overperformance of former President Trump nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is a double-digit plus overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago. And if you get into some of these key battlegrounds, Tom mentioned Pennsylvania. We were just talking about Nevada, looking at my clock where the polls closed like 7 minutes ago. It is a similar story here. If we can pull up Nevada, you can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there, broke for Kamala Harris, 48% to Trump, Donald Trump, 46%. But again, it's about the overperformance. He is doing better with this group than he did 4 years ago, again, by a double-digit margin over the course of 4 years. So as I walk back to the desk, I will tell you this is something, and Chris and I know will back me up on this, as we've been talking to our sources around the Trump campaign. What did we hear again and again? That they thought they were going to overperform with black and Latino voters, Latino men. An interesting and important story here tonight, guys.
I want to bring in someone from our insider's desk right now. Jim Messina was campaign manager for President Obama's reelection in 2012. Jim, what are you seeing here right now? And what are each of the sides telling themselves based on this data?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Tom just showed the most important two counties that I'm following in Pennsylvania. Early vote in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, better for Harris than expected. Then you look at Bucks County. When I was Obama's campaign manager, I was obsessed with Bucks County. And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really, really well. We talked about the Latino vote. That is a very scary number for the Harris campaign, and they're going to want to do better. But the thing around the exits that we haven't talked enough about is really the senior vote. Kamala Harris is doing better with white seniors in the exit polls and in some of the early results than expected, than a little bit better than even Joe Biden. You'd rather have those.
Jason White, I'm glad you understand
Overall number with those seniors.
the role of the Electoral College
that make her campaign pretty happy. But in
our presidential elections. That is true. I don't know where you even thought that anybody was disputing that. That's the most obvious thing in the world. Trump would have never been president if it was popular vote. Neither would George W. Bush.
Some of the long lines at the universities.
But you don't seem to know nearly as much about the primaries. You don't seem to understand that the Republican and Democratic Party are clubs, are private clubs, and the person that they nominate is their business. It's theirs to choose. There's nothing that is even close to
ground operation person in
illegitimate about one presidential candidate dropping out and the electors who were pledged to vote for him solidifying their support around his vice president. That's like the most normal thing in the fucking world. But nice try.
Used to be a battleground years and years ago, but has really trended.
We're projecting Kamala Harris as the winner in Colorado. All right, we got Kornacki. This is the man. This is the guy. Oh, God, we're in Arizona. We're in Arizona already.
More than 60% of the vote in the entire state is in here, and Maricopa County all at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee, the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that's typically, that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in, and then we will wait. Because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, stuff that was...
So Arizona, we may have to wait for, I guess that's what we're getting.
Starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now, but what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results.
Yeah, if you're counting on Arizona to decide, right?
From these counties. So the question
now, if Kamala secures
the statewide number right now, half the vote has been counted out.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania,
if there's clear separation
and there's no surprises as far as the other states, then Arizona won't really matter.
Pennsylvania, because I think we've got a pretty big development here.
We do.
Part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County.
Okay, we see Trump with a lead.
Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically, and the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County, and Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is, Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember,
that is slippage.
As a gauge, because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to...
So that's slippage.
Probably surpass.
But we have votes still coming in.
Comes in, but like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in, and you see Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin, because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016.
I am going to point out that the rural counties
a little bit of ground in Philadelphia
that are expected to vote for Trump have some of those are like 95% in. And the numbers look good for Trump, but I want to point out that only 50% of Philadelphia.
They lose further ground. Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18 essentially in 2020, and right now it's 79-20. The key is this: as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same day vote is favoring the Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots, and we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that.
Oh God.
Vote by mail ballot. So as we get
Remember what happened in 2020?
see if Trump can maintain.
There was, I don't know if it was in Pennsylvania, but there were a bunch of ballots that dropped at midnight, and the Trumpies freaked out. This was the initial impetus for the Stop the Steal movement. They went to bed thinking Trump would win, woke up looking like Trump would lose.
Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where a city, the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total. I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there is one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland.
Bucks in Philadelphia, yeah.
This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now, but this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote.
How much of that is same day?
Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton.
Jeez.
That same day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline and maybe eat.
This is a nail biter.
So with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020.
No offense, Diablo Mix, but
it's gotten more Democratic.
I believe that New York Times needle 8 years ago, and it lied to me over and over again.
Allegheny County in 2020 with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here, too, is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County. Because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that.
Oh, my God.
But these are places, where Democrats just depend on big margins and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County. In Lackawanna County, excuse me.
All right, we're back to the Steve Kornacki music. Crystal Saphira, I don't know how, but I missed your super sticker. Thank you. I haven't been talking about the sub goal because I'm just as, like, nervous about this whole thing as the rest of you, right? But Crystal Saphira has pushed our sub goal up to 21%. That's 21% out of 100%. If we get 100% by the end of the night, you'll get something other than elections. It might be a nice palate cleanser, although it's, yeah, hard to cleanse one's palate. Depending on how things go. Polls close at Alaska at 8 p.m. It's about 6:20 now. Has Trump called a win on Truth Social yet? He was freaking out earlier. Is he freaking out? Got some people in Shorts chat that want to see Fallout happen tonight. Oh wait, have I checked my Okay, no, I did get that one, right? Wait, I think we're supposed to be at 22%. So yeah, we're at 22% of the sub goal. If we get to 100% by the end of the night, then we'll get something else, something other than, so far it looks like, what are people voting for? That's my question. Let me find that window if I can, and look into my. Ted Cruz at 45% is winning. In second place, 26%, we have the Olami Vanguard and Emma Vigland panel. In third place at 19%, we have Korean Granddad rides a boar. That's right, he rides that fucker to work. And in fourth place, we have Gaming, Metaphor, Refantasio, or Fallout. So that's how it's going right now. And if I apply the bonus to it, right? So far, I've only heard from some of you as far as which of these topics that you want to see. When you donate, you can let me know in chat which of these options sounds good to you as far as the vote goes. And I will put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. This goes whether you're using a super chat, a super sticker, you're gifting membership, or you're getting yourself a membership. This goes for Patreon signups, just as it goes for contributions to my throne and subs on Twitch. If you're getting yourself a sub to get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break, or you are gifting subs, you get to let me know which of these topics you want to see get the buff from your donation, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. I still don't, like, do I need to reload this or something? Oh, it looks like we're good. It looks like YouTube chat has just stopped talking, that's all. Maybe everybody's over in... Anyone else getting nervous? Certified crane operator, I can guarantee you're not the only one. And if you are really a certified crane operator, that says a lot, right? Because to me, a certified crane operator is somebody who is very resistant to nervousness, usually. And the fact that you might be nervous as well, that just makes me extra nervous. Did Trump take Montana and Utah? Let me take a look. Let's see where we're at right now. The AP seems to have called the most states of anyone so far.
With voting coming to an end in Nevada, polls are also closing now in Montana and Utah. Joining me, as he is all night, is Sagar Magani.
Sagar? Oh, not the Sagar we know.
Or are these still kind of expected?
We feel like we've been saying the same thing every half hour.
Indeed.
Right? These are essentially playing out as predicted, as history, or at least recent history would tell you. States that have gone.
Okay, so you've seen
6, 7, 8, 10 times in a row, or
Kansas and Iowa revert back to red. Minnesota still marked red.
You would have expected. What we still don't know is what those unpredictable 7 are going to do. the 7 key battlegrounds.
Arizona tilting red, Oregon tilting red. Yeah.
Is Montana and
What's going on with their feed? Their feed is too weak. Anyway, chat. I don't know if they've got good analysis for us. You're definitely seeing consternation from both sides down in the...
tell us a little bit about what's going on there.
That's where John Tester is the incumbent Democrat and is one of the more vulnerable Democrats in a brutal cycle for the Democratic Party. So many seats to defend against this GOP onslaught, and Tester could be one of the ones that is not able to hang on to his seat, but that has not been called yet. We have an evenly split Senate right now, and what happens in the Senate and the House combined with the White House is going to go a very long way towards seeing how the country is governed from here on out.
Definitely. Thank you for that. Just as a reminder to all of you, at the top of that live voting map next to me, you can keep track of the electoral votes as they come in with AP race calls for each of the candidates. At this hour,
Okay, so we...
198 electoral votes for Donald Trump and 99 for Kamala Harris.
We have a projected winner in Iowa, according to NBC News. That is Donald Trump. No surprise. Democrat wins in New Jersey. Not too surprising. Democrat winning Senate in Maryland. Wisconsin passes citizenship amendment. Citizenship required to vote. Arizona voters divided on immigration. 55% want to offer a chance at legal status. 41% want to deport undocumented immigrants to home countries. That's not the divide that we normally expect to see, right? Given how much the Democrats have caved on the issue of pathway to citizenship. Pete Ricketts reelected in Nebraska. Ted Cruz, we got a projection. Ted Cruz will retain his Senate seat in Texas. Harris is one in Colorado. Yeah, we got Colorado marked down. What is Stephen Kornacki working on? Pennsylvania, of course. That's the one everybody's... We see Donald Trump there up by 2.6%. Wisconsin. I feel like the numbers looked encouraging in Wisconsin, right? Now, when I say encouraging or discouraging, what I'm really looking at is the comparison of the numbers in 2024 to the numbers in 2020, right? Because we know how these races panned out in 2020. And you can expect if the numbers are close to or better than the 2020 numbers for Kamala Harris, you would expect her to win. If they are significantly worse than the numbers, then you're getting into the territory where she might lose one of the states that Joe Biden won. But yeah, so far the crucial states are still too close to call. I don't think we've called a single one of the swing states, right? These crucial swing states. We don't have a solid answer for any of them. Although I would say North Carolina looks good for Trump. Pennsylvania's still looking like a toss-up. Georgia's still looking like a toss-up in terms of comparing the current numbers, the numbers for 2024 to the numbers for 2020. Got poll workers in Denver, hard at work, counting votes. This is what makes the democracy happen, is rooms like this, full of retirees counting votes. We're seeing slippage in North Carolina.
We'll start here on North Carolina. Look again, 83% of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. Again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020, when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did, Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. You know, the Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats.
He knows how many votes he lost by. Find me 11,000 votes.
Up here, and now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. We have Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state, and this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina, I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here. If Trump gets Georgia, and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. We're going to check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. AP seems to be the one that's like Harris campaign. They're waving their flags. Trump campaign. They're waiting around. I would expect, like, given the numbers that we've seen so far for the Trump rally, to be a little bit more excited and the Harris side to be more sedate. Again, there is like, look at that. We got a lead for Harris in Arizona, a lead for Trump in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, as well as North Carolina and Georgia, which, according to Steve Kornacki, are not looking good for Harris. Pennsylvania still a wild card. Wisconsin still a wild card. Oh, wow.
Oakland County, the all-important suburbs. These were the quintessential swing counties in years past. Less so these days. Democrats tend to win them. But here we see Vice President Harris underperforming, almost, call it 54% of the vote there in Oakland County. Joe Biden took 56% of the vote there in 2020. In Wayne County, home of Detroit, only 1% of votes cast. Let's just forget that. That's not real. Nothing.
61%. That one's a little more telling.
Here we go. So, okay, Washtenaw County, another suburban county, another place where Vice President Harris is underperforming. 66% there for Vice President Harris. Joe Biden took 72% there back in 2020. So not doing great there. Finally, Kent County over in the Grand Rapids area. On the western side of the state. This is an area that's huge in biomedical. It's been one of the big growth spots in terms of Michigan's population and economy. And Vice President Harris doing pretty well here. 30% in. She's got 65% of the vote. President Biden. Too many presidents. Too many titles I'm dealing with here. Okay. President Biden took 52% of the vote there, so good news there for Vice President Harris. But then again, a close race. Michigan, this is the...
Oh, wait, she's back ahead. What the fuck? Chat, just while we were watching that, Trump was ahead.
A lot of votes to count in Michigan.
Yeah, a lot of votes still to go in Michigan. I don't know.
The middle part of the state.
But yeah, no, Trump, she's up by 0.2% right now in Michigan. She was down, though, pretty significantly when we started watching this. So, I mean, that just shows you how fluid this is.
Although that was a decision desk, there's still some organizations that haven't officially put it in his column.
Yeah, there's still, and let's see if we can find some uncounted votes here. Uncounted votes almost entirely left in the Democratic bastions there. Cumberland County up into Wake, where Raleigh is, and the colleges up there. Wilson County's pretty close to tied. The Greensboro area. So basically, anywhere there are votes left to be counted.
God damn.
North Carolina, they're in Democratic bastions.
So I mean, that's a good thing at least. You're looking for some
that's not
positive.
Vice President Harris, much better news for former President Trump. Mecklenburg, home of Charlotte, the biggest county in the state.
Well, and that's actually an interesting point to bring up because we just talked about, or at least I just re-mentioned that Decision Desk HQ has called that for Trump. Other organizations were looking at AP as an example, Associated Press, so they haven't put the check mark there. Right. And this could be one where the projection comes down to the wire. Is that the truth? We'll have to wait and see for that final, truly 100% counted to know with certainty, and even then we get into a potential margin where someone calls for a recount. And then there could be a slightly different result at that point. I'm not saying a full different, as in, oh, this is a different presidential candidate result, but nonetheless, this is an area, this state especially, with the impacts from...
This is the Hill, right? Yeah, they suck.
Going to be lingering questions about the 100% count of votes in that county.
So let's take a quick look at that, at Hurricane Helene, and whether or not it had any impact on turnout. We're going to look up the North Carolina 2020 results here. Buncombe County, right here, is that's Asheville. Okay, it's the liberal,
one of the hardest hit areas too.
It's the liberal bastion in the western part of the state, and you can see that Buncombe County, 61 to 62% for Vice President Harris, 37% for former President Trump, at about call that 155,000 votes, give or take, that were counted there.
And just say 99% in, so that what you would assume is very close to
We're pretty
100%.
Pretty close to all of them here. In 2020, President Biden carried 59.7% of the vote, about 96,000 votes, so fewer votes there than Harris carried this year. Trump is trailing his 2020 result by about 4,000 votes, a little under 4,000 votes. So Buncombe County came pretty close to voting in terms of its turnout the way it did 4 years before. So good news there. Still, I got to dive into a lot of these more conservative counties down here in western North Carolina that were hit.
I wonder what he means when he says good news there. Now, I know that the Hill is overall a conservative outlet, but they do try to present themselves as neutral.
Than the rest of the state. Every county, even the most impacted by the hurricane, they had early vote centers open. They had volunteers and poll workers working there. Huge shout out to the poll workers, by the way, in a county that's hit so hard. Gotta love them. They showed up, and voters showed up to vote. So real interesting stuff.
We have a Steve Kornacki. Yes?
Yeah, in Michigan, and again, it's very scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say what some of these bigger counties, we have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit, and this is of the two big suburban counties just north of Detroit. This is the Democratic one. This is the one, with a lot of college-educated, higher-income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County, and Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden. And in 2016, this was an 8-point win for Hillary Clinton. And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember, the tests coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next-door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue-collar, Trump-friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there, so yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago, was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that the Democrats looked at. They would have said, we want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign said, we are going to make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight, some in Virginia. Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County, and again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be Election Day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this, it was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final two-thirds of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the Election Day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to two-thirds of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With two-thirds of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia was basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there. That adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
And again, Republicans don't need many pickups. They need 2 seats.
Oh, wow.
Vice President Harris.
Chad, I didn't realize that, like, you can't see that, can you? There's got to be some kind of, like, a protection on there. Yeah, we should probably... That's wild. 2 new updates. What are they? Andy Kim wins in the Senate from New Jersey. Did Marjorie Taylor Greene lose? Do we have that yet? I haven't seen an update about that. Please tell me Marjorie lost. I don't have any info on that. Let me see if I can find some. I feel like Boebert is pretty likely to lose.
Just happened. We can tell you about one. We've been following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in. Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here. But this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You could look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 is Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000. With 90% in, there is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County in Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. The University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points, and that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also, in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost. In 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but, you know, that is a county, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
Yeah, so just to catch you up if you're just joining us, we haven't called any of the swing states. What we've got so far is Steve Kornacki taking previous performances like Biden versus Trump, mainly 2020 Biden versus Trump, and comparing those numbers to the current numbers that we're seeing. And we're definitely seeing slippage of Harris from Biden's numbers, which does not bode well. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the 5 gifted memberships. Always Forward 2, you just got weaseled. Sefarajo, you just got weaseled. Larry Putnam, you just got weaseled. Mattis Tullis, you just got weaseled. And David Saxton, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. There's a map of Election Day bomb threats? Okay, I guess it's like Phoenix, Atlanta, 3 different ones in Pennsylvania.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Late deciding voters giving Trump an edge, 49-42. You think I need a distraction, says Narwhal by Nature. I mean, thank you for the distraction. That puts us up to 37% as far as the sub goal. Our best chance of getting a distraction. Right now, Ted Cruz getting weird about trans people is winning, with Olimey, the Vanguard, and Emma doing their panel on Kamala Harris's campaign and on Anna Kasparian in second place. Korean Granddad Rides a Boar in third place, and Gaming in fourth place. Ruben Gallego is ahead of Carrie Lake. I mean, that's some good news. Robbie. Wait, is this Nomiki and Robbie?
Could come down to our families.
Could come down to our family.
Seriously, I was like panicking. I was calling them up like crazy, like, what is it going to take? Just get off your couch, please. Just do me a favor. Just one thing in life. Just vote for Kamala Harris.
But it's still up in the air. But I know there are going to be Democrats who are nervous because, again, the situation where she just surprised everyone. She proved the polls wrong, and there was this understated, unrealized, unrecognized wave for her. That ain't going to happen. But she could still eke out a narrow win if she holds Pennsylvania. Without Pennsylvania and Michigan, it is truly
interesting. Now, he said holds Pennsylvania, implying she's... What does AP say? Yeah, AP has... Okay, Virginia's gone back into the Democrats column. Pennsylvania still tilting red. Michigan tilting blue. Wisconsin tilting red. It's weird that Robbie, of all people...
2020? No, they didn't, because he is overperforming yet again.
And I've been looking at some of these exit polls out of states like Pennsylvania, and one thing we didn't necessarily expect, considering sort of the fallout from that Madison Square Garden rally and the comments about Puerto Ricans, there is a notably significant Puerto Rican population in Philadelphia, for example. I don't want to paint the Latino and Hispanic community with a broad brush, but he is doing very well with Latinos and Hispanic voters in areas like Philadelphia, like Allentown. He's not necessarily winning them outright, but she is not doing well enough in order to offset him. Sure.
Along those same lines, I want to go back to Osceola County in Florida because I think it's really so emblematic of what we're seeing in this election. It's the county in Florida with the biggest Puerto Rican population. In 2016, Clinton won it by 24 points. I just looked, 100% precincts reporting. Trump won the county by 1.5 percentage points. It's just a complete reversal of the Puerto Rican vote, the Hispanic vote in the less than 10 years.
Well, a lot of people have criticized Trump and how he closed, especially over the last couple of weeks. And I thought Harris did have a better close. But at the same time, Trump knows what he's doing. He won in 2016. He narrowly lost in 2020. And it looked like, again, he's on his way to victory. And this is just a disaster. You mentioned those numbers. There's going to be more numbers to pour over. And Democrats have to come up with their own. Remember, Mitt Romney lost in 2012 and they had an autopsy report. Democrats have to pick up the pieces and figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, and Julia, on that note, let's look at Georgia quickly because Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia for former President Donald Trump, leading right now 51% to 48.2%. Just 4 years ago in 2020, Joe Biden won that state by
I don't know what Decision Desk is. Do they mean the Hills Decision Desk?
State like Georgia. And I think we've seen that Donald Trump has been able to flip a number of those independent voters, particularly around the greater Atlanta area, those Atlanta suburbs. I think 2020 was obviously different in many ways, obviously, but I think Brian Kemp in particular, we know that, when Donald Trump lost Georgia, the feud hadn't necessarily erupted yet the way it already has, but I think Kemp has really helped boost Trump in Georgia. But also, look, I'm interested to see, and I haven't done a deep dive into these numbers out of Georgia, but what does the Democratic base turnout in Georgia look like? What does the black turnout look like? I think Stacey Abrams played a huge role in galvanizing the black vote in 2020, but there were indicators going into tonight's that showed that they might have been somewhat less enthusiastic than they were in 2020.
Yeah, Bob, you mentioned that autopsy. There's definitely going to be one this cycle. I want to break in, though, quickly. We have some race projections right here. Decision Desk HQ projecting that Kamala Harris has won the state of California.
Surprise, surprise. Wow.
Trump has
won the state.
Oh my God, Idaho.
Bob, I mean, 2 race calls. Kamala Harris has a lot of electoral votes, but those aren't the ones that she needed.
Yeah, she was gonna get those regardless.
After Trump won Pennsylvania, and that was basically it. You know, some Democrats, and we saw this in Channel Live skit back then, say, well, maybe we can win Alaska. And then it's like, no, Alaska for Trump. So you know some of these states are going to go red. But, you know, when politics, as you all know, is about expectations. And the expectation tonight was this is a toss-up. This is a coin flip. It could go either way. I got up today, and I wasn't sure who was going to win. I am stunned what I am seeing. I knew, you know, it could go one way or the other. But it has gone all Trump's way so far. Could change, but I don't see any sign of that.
You know, we talk about what issues were at play here. There was a lot of talk of whether abortion was going to carry the day. I come back to the old adage from Carville is the economy stupid?
Yeah.
And I wonder if hanging over all of this is just a sentiment among the American people that the economy is not good, inflation is too high. All other issues aside, that's really what's the deciding factor on election day.
Yeah, look, and you know, talking to Republicans and Republican women, you know, one question I would ask them, look, in 2022, does that trend continue? Do we see a lot of these female voters maybe consider abortion an economic issue in many ways, because we know that the decision to start a family is an economic decision. But a lot of Republicans would say to me, oftentimes in households, women are the prime deciders, or the top deciders of their families, you know, financial decisions, etc. They keep the budget. You see that in the suburbs, for example, and I think.
Okay, that's enough of the hill. Can we get Steve back? Wait, let's put this forward. Yeah, so yeah, calling California, calling... Oh, wow. So it looks like Washington, Oregon, and California have been called, not by everyone, but like those calls have been made. I mean, we expect that. That's not a surprise. That brings her up to 153. Wait, independent? Wait, an independent one? Oh, that's in Vermont. That's Bernie Sanders. God damn. It made me think it was Osborne. You're in Oregon? Yeah. You're also in the relative proximity of the top of the hour ad break. That's the ad break that happens every hour on Twitch. YouTube, you don't have to worry about this. But if you're on Twitch, you might have to worry about this. There's a 3-minute ad break. It's kind of annoying. You might have seen it already. It plays every hour at the top of the hour, and you can skip it for free with a Twitch Prime, or for $6 with $6. Or possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Are we getting Steve back? Are we getting Steve back?
Yeah. Okay.
There he is.
I understand. Did you just throw it at me? Yes. Oh. Somebody was talking to me about IFB. I apologize. Here we go. Some more returns in Pennsylvania. As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here, again, in Northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed...
No, thank you for the gifted memberships.
Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight. This is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it. I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, we're monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here, 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer-term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote by mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these 3, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County. 59-8 for Harris right now, but the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
Steve, thank you. We've got a huge calls that we have to make in Senate races.
And we're back to the music. Bernie Moreno wins in Senate in Ohio Senate. That is against was against Sherrod Brown. There's an election watch party in the U.S. Embassy in China. I kind of wish I was there. There's the abortion amendment failing in Florida. Ohio's so fucked up it isn't even funny. Harris is back up in Virginia, as expected. No surprise there. I don't know why are they looking at Illinois? I would guess it would be to like look at slippage maybe and to see. I don't know. They're looking for patterns, right? If Biden wins, you can. Is somebody going to bet you that Biden will win? That's who Hassan is voting for. Not really. I'm kidding. Oh, they haven't called Connecticut yet. I mean, other people have, right? On this one, the AP is a lot more... willing to call things sooner. Are there really people, yeah, that still think that, like, I mean, I guess if you haven't paid any attention, you might think that Biden is running. That's kind of wild, though. To think that anyone is living under that much of a rock. But hey, a lot of people only tune into politics every 4 years. I wish I could bury my head in the sand like that, yeah. Biden could still pull this off. That's what Hassan said. That's what Hassan's counting on.
Communist invading radicals. Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
All right, Steve, what do you got for us this time? Okay, that one looks good, I guess. Just barely. I mean, she's slightly better than Biden. You know, honestly, though, in North Carolina, that's a state where you need to see her exceeding Biden's margins. Wisconsin, Michigan, you just need to see her match Biden's numbers. What has AP called? Doesn't seem... I'm looking at AP's, like... Oh, geez. Fuck. Okay, they have called North Carolina. AP has called North Carolina for Trump. They've also called... DC passes ranked choice voting. Puerto Rico can't vote. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so if you're Puerto Rican, you're a citizen of the United States, right? Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States. People in if you're a citizen of Puerto Rico, like, right, you are in Puerto Rico with Puerto Rican citizenship, you cannot vote in the national election. But if you are Puerto Rican and you move to one of the 50 states, then you can vote, right? You have citizenship. So that's how that breaks down. It's really Puerto Ricans living in the 50 states that... When will the results be in? I don't know. It could be very soon. And could drag on a little bit. It looks like MSN... So NBC has not called... let's check on this version of NBC. Oh, geez. Republicans picking up 2 in the House. Yeah, it looks like there's no calls made on any of the swing states yet. I'm getting word in the AP and maybe Fox News have called North Carolina.
Look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight. Just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look
Super chatted $10. Big T 2024.
Queens.
No idea what you said.
5-point Joe Biden win in 2020. Down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City, and you can see even there.
Florida's getting bluer? Yes, so we sort of know about this, right? This is the Kasperian effect.
Because we are seeing it in New York.
This is wealthy liberals on the coast becoming more conservative.
In that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there, this is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties in New Jersey the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. OK, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, there usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will. Not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much. It's basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say, the wow counties and the bow counties here. Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties Donald Trump...
It's been a night for sure, Rainbow Silk. Yeah.
To 2016 levels, or
it's not even over.
2020 levels. So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, it was a 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with...
You've been focused on the state races.
We've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night.
I hope those are going well for you.
It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
Oh my God, we're back to the freaking music. 14 wins out of 131 races. I'm guessing those numbers are just coming in. Okay, so Simone Sanders Townsend, I think who was Kamala Harris's former campaign manager, reported that that Harris's aides expect tens of thousands of absentee ballots to be counted in their favor in Philadelphia County within the next few hours. The campaign does not believe it will repeat Biden's win in Georgia, but is waiting it out. So yeah, again, the blue wall strategy is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And there is confidence, I guess, some confidence from the Harris campaign that... Okay, so NBC News is now projecting that Trump has won in North Carolina. They're probably gonna... Once again, the pander to the white folks strategy that white allies love so much proves to be a failure in the long run. I think so too. I think so too. I think when you cave on an issue like immigration, you tell... Well, first of all, you destroy people's hope. Second of all, you depress your turnout. And third of all, you say that you're not really serious about the issues that you claim to stand for. Because, like, there's never going to be any sort of bonus or even like a harm reduction in caving on an issue the way that Biden and Harris have on immigration.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
Okay, so they look like they put North Carolina on the board.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals. Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Yeah, NBC's calling North Carolina for Trump. It's the first battleground state to have a projected winner. Do I think there's still a chance, says D. James W12? Yeah, like the numbers looked bad up until the middle of the night in 2020. But if you're... The one thing I will say is that if you're hoping for a situation in which, you know, Kamala's maybe ahead in Iowa, where there's like a huge bastion of Harris voters that are just not being picked up by the polls, right? If you're looking for results that defy the polling that we've seen, that's not going to happen. What could still happen is a narrow victory along the lines of the blue wall states. Also, I guess we don't have very much info in from Arizona at the moment. Arizona, though, and Nevada, they're pretty small electoral states. Am I nervous? Am I nervous? Look, I'm trying not to be nervous, but I am considering relocating outside of the country. Because honestly, the kind of content that I want to do is not content I feel safe doing within the geographical borders of the United States under Donald Trump, right? Expat life is good. Yeah, I just, it's difficult. It's difficult to... making a plan will calm me down. That's probably true. It's funny that they've projected North Carolina for a while now, and we haven't seen it come up. We haven't seen Kornacki acknowledge it to the camera. But of course, I would assume that that's coming up any minute now. I guess he's sort of, I mean, if I'm Steve Kornacki, I'm a little bit obsessed with Pennsylvania right now. Because a lot of the votes have come in. And, you know, what Simone Sanders said was that the Harris campaign is looking for mail-in voting to show up in Pennsylvania in a big way. And they're going to need that. Definitely seeing a lot of slippage right now for the Harris campaign in Pennsylvania, by which I mean underperforming those Biden numbers. We know that the Biden numbers give you a win. The Clinton numbers do not. So it's like, which ones are you, which one are we closer to is the question, I guess. The problem is Trump's people in Pennsylvania were encouraging mail-in voting. Yeah, there was we've seen a difference so far in between the mail-in vote and the mail-in vote and the same-day vote, right? The same-day vote seems to be breaking for Trump a lot harder than the mail-in vote. You've seen a few counties that had Harris throwing up some pretty good numbers early. But those numbers were based on mail-in votes. And as more and more of the same-day vote came in, you saw the numbers, you know, and these are urban metro counties, right, where Harris needs to be banking a ton of votes. Does he have a... Oh, no, it's his phone. I thought it was a calculator. I mean, he could be using a calculator on his phone, I guess. You're preparing...
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
You're preparing yourself to lose significant amounts of friends over this election, probably a lot of potential dating partners. But yeah, chat, I probably do need to start making a plan. I don't know. Let's check the bonus poll. 44% of you want to see the Ted Cruz story about him getting weird about trans people. Ted Cruz reelected tonight in Texas. 24% of you want to see the poll with Alimi, the Vanguard, and Emma Vigland talking about the Harris campaign and its strategy, whether that's a good strategy, and also talking about Also talking about Anna Kasparian's leaving the left. But yeah, that's what's winning so far. If I add, we're at 52% of the dono goal, so yeah, decent chance of being able to watch something to try to cleanse the palate. I mean, this is pretty tough content to watch, honestly. Like I said, if we hit the dono goal in the midst of like a lull in action, like what you're seeing here, I might just go ahead and do that. If we're in, if it's looking like some pretty big calls might be made, then I'll stick with this, and at least until the calls are made. Yeah, campaigning with Liz Cheney, I do not agree. I do agree with you. I do not agree with the wisdom of Harris campaigning with Cheney. There was a lot of basically every decision after picking Tim Walz, I feel like, could make a pretty strong argument as a mistake. All right, so we got North Carolina called. Minnesota's too close to call. Bob Ferguson is the new governor of, is this Washington State? Yeah, it would be, because like, I'm like, wait, this is Washington, D.C. Oh my God, Chad, I'm so out of it. It took me a minute to be like, yeah, that's got to be Washington State. Harris wins in Virginia. Okay, so there's, I mean, it wasn't supposed to be close, but there's a state that was too close to call way later than expected that has fallen into Kamala Harris's column at long last. North Carolina falling into Trump's column. Pennsylvania. Very worrying. Wisconsin worrying. Michigan very worrying. The fact that Minnesota is, I mean, like, they're saying too close to call. It does look like Harris is ahead, at least. Arizona. Very close in Arizona. Strange. How many electoral votes? 11. Okay, this is 11 electoral votes. They don't seem to be making the call anywhere else. Harris, yeah, needs to see this number go up in Philadelphia County. Bucks County's flip towards Trump. Don't think he has enough in Minnesota. Yeah, no, very likely he will not win Minnesota. Her real concern here is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Looks like, yeah, Minnesota, she's ahead. Yeah, these ones up here, the Rust Belt, looking very uncertain for Harris.
because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I wonder what that noise was. That was weird that like the music stops and then you hear like background noise. I guess it's just she will probably take Michigan back. A lot of blue counties have a lot of votes out. DC does not have a governor. I am aware. I'm aware. I thought it was weird because like I'm so used to people saying Washington State when they mean Washington State. It's like when I see Washington, I kind of assume DC. Everybody forgets that on the other side of the country, there's a state called Washington. Detroit is only 15% reporting. I mean, that's good at least. I'm really nervous about Pennsylvania. And I guess to a lesser extent, Wisconsin. I feel like some of her best numbers were actually in Michigan, despite the obvious Okay, so we're getting to that time where it's kind of like, look, one of two things is going to happen. Either one of these states is going to get called, right? Or it's going to be this whole thing where it's like, well, you know, this person's ahead, but we're still waiting. And if it's the latter, then it would be a good time to do some bonus content. We are 52% of the way there towards towards unlocking that bonus content. Right now in the poll, Ted Cruz, getting weird about trans people, is winning. Olayemi, the Vanguard, and Emma Vigland doing a panel talking about Kamala's strategy. In second place, Korean Granddad Who Rides a Boar in third place, and Gaming in fourth place. I can call it Microsoft Landia instead of Washington State. Is it going to change? Or I thought it was Amazon Landia. Oh, is it both? Is he going to come back on? Because I'm sort of surprised. Yeah, they're showing North Carolina as in the Trump column, but they haven't announced it. I'm just a little bit surprised because they get excited, right? This is the whole thing about like election night, is that calling the states when they come in. Nintendo's also there. You know, the only thing right now that would really turn the tide is if somehow she came back in Georgia. The shit is looking rough. I don't know. Obviously, I don't want to... If you know what I mean, if I'd gone with the general numbers in 2020, this early in the evening, right, I would have been pretty doom and gloom as well. So I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but... "93% of Georgia in." See what we got on our live updates. Six new updates. What are they? Steve Hobbs wins re-election in Washington for Secretary of State. Democrat Steve Hobbs. Re-elected. Tobias Reed wins in Oregon for Secretary of State. So 2 Secretaries of State. Oregon does not pass ranked choice.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Oregon does not pass ranked choice voting. Proposition 8.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Wait, California just now repealed Proposition 8? That's wild. If you don't know, Proposition 8 was a referendum in California which passed in the early 2000s or mid 2000, like 2004. Yeah, early 2000s, I guess. To prohibit gay marriage in the state, right? There were municipalities like San Francisco that were doing gay marriage, and Proposition 8 was to ban it statewide. This passed in 2004, but obviously then was overridden by the Supreme Court. Peoria, Illinois has passed ranked choice voting. Good for Peoria. Trump gains support with independent voters. Well, Harris is still in, you know, leads among independent voters. It's just like not by as much as Biden, I guess, won them by. Missouri has passed an increase in the minimum wage and earned paid sick time. Minnesota's still too close to call. Again, Barb Ferguson winning governor in the state, not the municipality of Washington. We got Hawaii. Hawaii is called for Kamala Harris. No surprise there. Democrats flip 2 competitive House seats. Good job. Alabama's 2nd and New York's 22nd have been flipped. Georgia and Pennsylvania are being judged as too close to call. Steve Kornacki is busy. Do you think is this guy anybody's type? You can tell me. One in chat if Steve Kornacki is your type. I want to know.
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, and let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre.
We got at least one appreciator of Kornacki.
We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points.
I was just thinking that somebody, like, right,
but it's important.
like Steve Kornacki is definitely somebody's type.
Absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue collar of these these three.
Give him a 1.
Montgomery now.
Wait, are you rating him as a 1?
Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points.
My type depends on whether a person is beautiful on the inside, though. That's a good point.
Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early. And what remains is this same day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update. And Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door in Chester County. Now this is more significant drop off for Harris from Biden. But Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58. But there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. Here, Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote by mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains. And frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote by mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this. And you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another.
Oh my God!
Expected to come that did
seriously.
That did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before, but again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update, but this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia now, 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes, his lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett.
This one's going to be an all-nighter.
More than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024. Again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points. And you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite Harris hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
God damn.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals. Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals. Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
A friend said GOP took the Senate. Is that accurate? They do seem close to the
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Senate. Dems have locked up 12. Republicans have locked up 11. 1 independent. That's Bernie Sanders. We got 10 uncalled races, including the Osborne race. But yeah, Republicans won in Ohio in the Senate. They won in Texas. I should have looked at... Let's see if we can go back here and look at Montana. Governor. Okay, here we go. Senate. Yeah, so Tester is up for re-election in Montana. That one has not been called yet. We got 10 more races to go. Yeah, Republicans don't really have to win that many. I wish they did the whole thing where if you want to look at the Senate, you kind of got to look at like a map of the seats that the Republicans are retaining, the seats that the Democrats are retaining. Right? You kind of got to look at this number in relation to Let's see what's changed in our poll, if anything. Oh, looks like it's a little bit closer now. Korean granddad who rides a boar, kind of trying to mount a comeback, I guess. Olamide, Vanguard, and Emma panel also gaining some momentum. Ted Cruz gets weird about trans people, has cooled down a little bit, but it's still winning. And it's still winning actually, no, it's only ahead by 1 point. It's very close, actually. Because I gotta remember, yeah, the only, so when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see of our poll topics. Right, we're doing a bonus poll to decide, and I probably should have done it in shorts. I didn't know that the mods were going to bring everybody over, but it looks like that's what's happening right now. If you haven't voted already, we've got 2 streams. One is vertical, the other one is horizontal, right? We've got a second stream. That's where the vote is, right? 109 of you have voted so far, and Ted Cruz is winning, but with the donations, right? Because when you donate, you get to turn your donation into a buff on the topic of your choice, right? So that and the only person who's told me, you know, where to put their donation so far has said they want to see that panel. They want to see the Olamide panel with the Vanguard and Emma Vigeland talking about Kamala Harris's strategy. Very appropriate topic for tonight. And also the Anna Kasparian continued circling of the drain of Anna Kasparian and TYT. So that's where we're at right now. Where's the vote? The vote is on YouTube. It's on No Comment Chick on YouTube. It's the full scale stream, the full screen stream. That's where you can vote. Normally that's where the majority of my audience is. Tonight it's a little bit different. Yeah, it's like half of the leftist mafia. It's like the good ones. I know, Domini, or some of the good ones. So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to talk shit. Am I talking shit? I was talking a little bit of shit there. A little bit of shit. What's up, Newt Newt? Looking pretty grim? I know. Point out that Wyoming is not a real state, therefore it shouldn't have a senator, and it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter if Tester holds on. Sarah McBride won her race, now has the first openly trans representative in the House. Is that, what state is that, Lady Badash? God, I'm starting to hate this music. Can you imagine if this was a video game and this was the music? Yeah, the Harris supporters are starting to look worried. So it looks like the Ruben Gallego race is not going to be called tonight. That's what I'm reading. It's Delaware. Thank you, Lady Badash. Only the ones who believed it would be settled tonight? Wait, what? New Jersey District 9, Ben Taylor had 63% of the vote, 2%, then 34%, and the AP coverage team is saying something fishy is going on with that number? Really? Bombastic says, I think they're about to call Georgia. It could be. I think some outlets may have already. Looks like the AP has not called Georgia. God damn it, Kornacki. Why must you torture us so? We might be getting to that that place like so far we've been getting a lot of progress, and I do think that some states might be called pretty soon. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Georgia was called. His coffee cup is right there. My coffee cup is here too, but I kind of wish I hadn't drank coffee tonight. Or maybe I wish that I had more coffee to drink. Some of the swing states have counties that haven't even started yet. Well, the ones that I've got my eye on are essentially Wisconsin, which we're seeing 78 reported. 78% of the vote has been reported. We've got Pennsylvania. I don't know how much is reported there. Right? Those are the three, like, given the current configuration that we're looking at, those are three counties, those are three states that need to be won. If Harris wins the remaining votes in Georgia 3-1, she would have enough. That's a tall order. That's a tall order. It's not impossible because, you know, like I said, these votes come in chunks, and you know, these chunks depend on where they come in from, and you know, what kind of votes they represent. They can be fairly skewed. A 3-1 ratio, we're talking about 66% to 33%. Yeah, there's a 3-1 ratio right there. Should be about 400K out there, and she is down like 120K. You're talking about in Georgia? Rainbow Silk says she's not going to get that in Georgia. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Michigan have similar voting demographics regarding Muslim and Arab Americas, who will be the voting bloc which decides the election. I mean, I do think it's silly to attribute the results of an election to a singular voting bloc when the results of the election are an aggregation of a lot of voting blocks. I especially don't like the tendency I've seen of a lot of people to try to almost like blame you know, like groups which vote overwhelmingly for Democrats that are voting less so overwhelmingly tonight. But yeah, if you're saying that Kamala Harris has not done enough, Rainbow Silks, you're saying Kamala Harris has not done enough for Muslim voters, for Arab voters, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, I don't blame, you know, I don't blame ethnic groups. I blame the Democratic Party. I blame Kamala Harris. I blame the campaign staff, right? Like nobody owes you their vote. You have to work for that vote. And the Democratic Party all too often makes the gambit. It you know, I would call, you know, this kind of gambit. Wait, I would call this sort of a see if I can get this here. Yeah, the Democratic Party, when they make the gambit, the
dingus gambit.
The dingus gambit. That a group of people is going to have no one else to vote for and will be forced to vote for them because the Republicans are way worse. And they throw that group of people under the bus. The Democratic Party are not only being scumbag sellouts, but they're also hurting their own chances. It's not pragmatic, it's not ethical, and it's not right. You're seeing the merger of the Dems and the Republicans actually forming a new party. I mean, if you're talking about that, there seems to be like a informal alliance between the neoliberals and the centrist Democrats. Yeah, I can see that. Again, I don't think it's a good idea, and it's so silly. Like anyone should recognize neocons have got like negative aura. They've got negative riz. They are fucking cooked. They don't represent anybody. You've got politicians, Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney, George W. Bush. Those who do they fucking represent? Mitt Romney, who does he represent? Honestly, if McCain was still alive, who does he represent? There's not a constituency there, right? That constituency has largely gone to Trump, and the people that aren't are just, you know, they're a tiny amount of very wealthy people who have way too much influence in our politics. That's who they got on their side, right? And that's not a voting bloc. That's not a voting bloc. Come on, Kornacki. Okay, we are really slowing down here. Republican John Curtis wins the Senate race in Utah. Again, we're at 51%, 52%. I'm sorry, I don't want to sell us short here. We're at 52% of the donut goal. If we hit this donut goal, we could maybe cover something else. If not, I might go to bed before... You know, like if we like we may be getting to a point where we're like really waiting on the results. It doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good. But these states, other than North Carolina, are still too close to call. Georgia may come in. Right? I don't know. Any of these states could come in. But yeah, we're at this time of the night where Steve Kornacki's yawning. This motherfucker is yawning. What time is it? Oh my god. Okay. Washington, D.C. has adopted ranked choice voting. Congratulations, Washington, D.C. I wish more places would. It's only 9:30 where you are? I'm just noticing that we're doing a lot more waiting. Yeah, we're getting like one of these. These were coming really fast, these updates. Sherrod Brown is conceded. Okay. So yeah, this is why people are saying that the Republicans look like they're going to take the Senate. That's a flip, right? That was a Democrat, Sherrod Brown. Actually one of the better Democrats in the Senate, if I'm remembering correctly. That a loss to Bernie Moreno. Wait, isn't Bernie Moreno some fucked up dude, too? Like, I don't remember that much about this guy, but... Looking in New Mexico now. Now, New Mexico, it's not an issue of whether New Mexico is going to go to Trump, right? It very likely will not, but... I think he's looking at patterns, and some of the patterns that we're seeing is Kamala Harris not matching Biden's numbers, right? Which, you know, matching Biden's numbers probably gives her the win since Biden won. Not matching Biden's numbers is definitely puts you into risky territory. And if you get as low as Hillary Clinton's numbers, you are probably going to lose. In the swing states, right? Now, the swing states were different, weren't they? Oh my gosh, I don't even know what the swing states were. Yeah, Hillary lost states that she, like, Wisconsin, for instance. I can't speak. Wisconsin, for instance, right, was not supposed to be a swing state in 2016. It's not a state that Hillary Clinton even visited. It was a state that Hillary Clinton very much took for granted. And the kind of work that you need to do in a state like Wisconsin is to show the unions that you are with them. And that is not work that Hillary Clinton wanted to do because she, in fact, was not with them. The spin is already starting. Ranked choice voting confuses a lot of old people. I mean, I guess they've never done it before, but isn't ranked choice? It's just a ranked choice, right? It's not that confusing, is it? Like, what it means is, like, you'd be like, okay, my first choice is Claudia de la Cruz, and my second choice is Kamala Harris, right? That's an example of ranked choice voting. So that's, you know, somebody saying that they want the PSL candidate, and if the PSL candidate is not viable, then they want that vote to go to Kamala Harris. So
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
yeah, it's literally like you just put a ranking on each candidate, or on the candidates that you want, and if the candidate that you choose is not in the top 2, then your vote defaults to the one that is in the top 2. You can hope it confuses them, right? I mean, aren't those the people who can't figure out most of the most user-friendly? Well, right now, the Facebook generation is kind of getting tricked by AI. They're seeing really obvious AI and assuming that these are real pictures, and they're getting scammed. But yeah, chat, I need to figure out, like, a new country to go to. It's not the United States, maybe. I don't know. This is actually, I don't know. This makes me really nervous. Like, even if somehow Kamala pulls it out, at this point, like, a country that came this close to, you know, the thing about Trump is that it's not just that he's a candidate that I disagree with. It's not just that he's a candidate that I don't like. It's not just that I'm against the policies that he stands for. It's that that's a batshit choice. Like, right? If you are asked what candidate to support for president and your choice is the fucking reality guy that fires people, the dude that has bankrupted several businesses, the guy that's been a con man all of his life, I don't think there's any hope for you. And I get that what Trump does is pulls out low propensity voters. That's how he's won in the past. If he wins this time, that's very likely going to be a piece of his formula, right? Dudes that should be watching Joe Rogan and smoking DMT are instead going to the polls. And that's how you end up with, like, a fucking government that's a goddamn parody. It's not just, like, a fucked up choice. It's not just a bad choice. It's not just a bad candidate. It's like a obviously, blatantly staring at you in the face, like, sneering, you know, megalomaniac. And the fact that you choose that guy is just like, it's like the dog that goes into the refrigerator and there's lots of food in there. There's some meat in there. There's all kinds of good stuff in the refrigerator, right? For a dog to eat. But the dog finds the rotten ass, green, spoiled, you don't even know what it is, right? because it's spoiled. It's spoiled a long ass time ago. And that's what the dog is like, oh no, let me get this. Let me get this out of the fridge, right? And you're having to like pry this slimy, goopy green thing out of the dog's mouth to keep it from getting food poisoning. That's the situation that you're dealing with in the United States of America. And I don't feel safe in that situation. I don't feel safe with that dog that passes up, T-bone steaks for green gloop. And that's a Trump voter. I'm sorry. That's a Trump voter right there. That's a person that would be better off playing fucking video games. And being like, there's an election? I didn't know that because I don't care because I don't vote, right? That's the low propensity voters would be better off staying low propensity. Instead, they come out because they're like, you know what? We got to go vote for Trump to avenge Peanut the squirrel, to keep Haitians from eating dogs and cats. We got to vote for Trump. Because Hannibal Lecter is going to come to my country otherwise. Because that's who they're bringing in. They're emptying out their jails. They're sending in Hannibal Lecter. I'm sorry, I can't live in a country with that person. That just was fucking too dangerous. Naturally, we have more of them than ever before, or they've been more mobilized, right? Like, I call it the Arnold Schwarzenegger effect. Now, Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor of California in the middle of the 2000s, I think. Am I right about that? Have I got the time right? His, claim to fame was that he had been in movies. He was the Terminator. And that doesn't qualify you to be a governor. That doesn't qualify you to be the governor, right? However, I will say that Arnold Schwarzenegger had, to the extent that he would have had a negative effect on the state of California, it is much less pronounced than the effect that Donald Trump has had and would have again on the United States.
And Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala
Schwarzenegger gets elected because dudes who would never vote, but they think the Terminator's really fucking cool. They think that Schwarzenegger's really fucking cool. They come out and vote. They put down their video controller.
Plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading.
That did happen in California, true, yeah. But what I mean is that there's voters who normally wouldn't be voters.
We can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night.
He was a pretty good governor, as it turns out, true. I mean, definitely compared to Donald Trump.
To Biden in 20, what would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one.
But I mean, that's because they got lucky, right? Schwarzenegger.
Just take a look at this in 2016 when Trump won Pennsylvania.
Is maybe more of a curious guy, right? He might not have a lot of experience, but he's willing to. He's
essentially you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of blue.
Let me put it this way: he's not going to build a wall and try to make Mexico pay for it. He's not going to declare tariffs in a time when prices are too high, right? Like, he's going to look into issues, and he's not going to he's not going to fuck the bag, like, the way that Trump is.
Picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020, and this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats.
But what I'm talking about with the governor effect is the phenomenon of people that got no business fucking voting, like the lowest information of low information Andes, being convinced that it is their sacred duty to get the man on television into the White House. That's what I'm talking about. That's what's dangerous.
number she absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past, she's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to
yeah.
County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again,
So, we could even, as far as the
Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though. This would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie. We saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still...
Okay, this just in. Looks like we're going to throw Georgia
28 points was his margin.
to Donald Trump as well.
He finishes above that 28. It's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail.
Yeah, Republicans will take the Senate, according to NBC News. Trump flips Georgia.
Here nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News can project at this hour, and this is a big one, that the Republican...
It's weird that Steve Kornacki has not. Yeah, so they're showing the Republicans taking control of the Senate. That is regardless of who wins presidency. They have 51 votes in a 50-50 situation. The winner of the presidential race, or the vice president actually, is the deciding tie-breaking vote. So whatever party controls the Senate or controls the presidency then controls the Senate with 51. This is the control regardless of. Democrats need 6 flips. Or sorry, what is this? They need 6 to flip the House. I don't know if we mean 6 flips or... Yeah, Pennsylvania's huge. She needs to win Pennsylvania, I would say now. Three states were voting for recreational weed, but it looks like all measures will fail. Yeah, and this is one of the issues that Kamala came out for at the last minute. At the last minute, she said she would legalize cannabis federally, right? So, this would kind of, even though a lot of states have either recreational or medicinal cannabis legalized or decriminalized, right? In terms of it just being a regular business, right? The missing part is the federal prohibition, which is still in place and, under a president like Donald Trump could actually be enforced, right? It's the only reason that the states are allowed to the states allow recreational cannabis is because the federal government isn't coming in and exerting its authority, right? They've just largely left it. Wisconsin looks rough, says Bombastic. Everything looks rough. That's true. Including I don't know, does the donut goal look rough? It's at 52%. 115 of you have voted. 42% of you are choosing the Ted Cruz content. Ted Cruz gets weird about trans people. 23% of you are choosing the Olamide Vanguard and Emma Vigeland panel. And 20% of you are choosing Korean Granddad Rides a Boar. A Korean Granddad who rides a boar. All of that content sounds like a lovely break from what we're doing now, but we are 48% of the way from being able to switch up the content. It's kind of wild that Kornacki's not doing, like, he's doing all this deep analysis, which I appreciate, and given the fact that we can sort of keep up with the latest updates, like, I can tell you when Michigan is called, when Michigan is when Georgia is decided. I can tell you when a state has been decided, right? But yeah, Steve Kornacki's not really doing the calls, right? I'm gonna check out now. Yeah, I wish I could. Good night, Omega Star. Not enough people got the... Yeah, you're right, Sophia Martinez. Right, the way that news travels in the current digital media landscape is different than the way that the boomers, sort of cable / network news-based model / newspapers and all that shit. Like, it's different, right? And if something doesn't come up in your feed, it doesn't come up in your feed. And that may be, looking back on it, a weakness of the Democrats is pushing their message to their audience, or to the audience that might be, susceptible to, that would care about something like that. Dorian Gray says, "Sweetie, don't pull an all-nighter." Oh, that's sweet of you. We won't know more till tomorrow. Are you sure about that? What do you think, chat? How's it looking? Not good. Not good right now. But yeah, I'm trying to decide if we do seem to be getting like less updates, right? But we did just get Georgia called, right? So if you haven't heard yet, Georgia has been called for Donald Trump. Again, he was up in the polls in Georgia.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
He was up in most of the polls in North Carolina. Harris's core strategy has got to be, at this point, the Rust Belt states: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. The so-called blue wall, which are not looking like so much like a wall tonight, right? They're looking very much up for grabs. And in a lot of ways, she's underperforming where Biden was at. That makes me nervous. That should make that should make you nervous, right? Because with Biden's numbers, you can eke out an electoral win. He didn't win by a huge margin, but he won by enough, right? With Hillary Clinton's numbers, even if you get a preponderance of the popular vote, with Hillary's kind of numbers in swing states, you lose, right? And so the question is, are Harris's numbers closer to Biden's or Hillary's? They seem to be somewhere in between. I'm going to be real fucking straight up with you right now, all right? They are in between and not on the high side. Does that make sense? So it's very concerning. It's very concerning. It's not over until it's over, as you know, people will remind you. Looks like the House is going to for the Republic. It's going to stay Republican. Exiting polling from this election is going to be the subject of study for decades to come. Yeah, I would love to study that from a different country, honestly. Like, I don't know, chat. I want to keep doing this content. Like, I've really come into my own during this last year as a content creator. I've moved from being, you know, somebody who does this as a very serious hobby that you know, and slash a side gig, to somebody who does this for a living. And I want to continue that. But in terms of being able to make the criticisms that I want to of this government, I do not have any confidence that I can do that safely within the geographical confines of the United States. Somebody's noting that since 1992, Democrats have only carried Georgia in a presidential or Senate race when Raphael Warnock is on the ballot. Okay. That's kind of wild. But yeah, I want to keep fighting. I just, I'm recognizing that I'm going to be very limited in what I'm able to say under... And it's not just, like, the Trump thing, right? It's, like, you know, there's enough problems in terms of free speech on issues like Israel-Palestine. Like, there's enough trouble on that already. Like, especially, like, with Twitch. With the amount of witch hunting that's going on Twitch for just standing up against, you know, what should be really obviously a travesty against human rights. So it's already bad, you know, as is under Biden, you know, with the current political atmosphere in the United States. I can only imagine how much worse it would get under Trump. But chat, like, moving out of this country, that is a fucking heavy lift. Like, financially. So I don't even know. Rainbow Silk says, depends on where you are in the world. Generally speaking, the Republicans turn inwards to engage in repression activity. So mostly other nations are left alone. See, I mean, look at it in one way, right? What is a nation that the Republicans will leave alone? Israel. And by leave alone, I mean allow them to do whatever they want and continue to bankroll their weapons. So it's almost like the places where the United States could do a positive intervention, and this is true, sadly, with Biden as well. There was a hope that maybe Harris might be different, but she didn't feel comfortable if there was any difference, if there was any daylight between her and Biden, she didn't feel comfortable signaling that in the context of the presidential race. And I do think that especially if we see her lose in Michigan, even like Pennsylvania, right? You're probably losing some votes. And not that your first order of priorities in the face of a humanitarian, like an absolute travesty against humanity, like what's going on in Gaza right now. Not that your first thought should be what is politically pragmatic for the Democratic Party, but the problem is that her policies were neither pragmatic nor moral. And so you end up with the guy that's like, yeah, let Israel finish the job, right? And the job seems to be ethnic cleansing. It's a guy that allowed Israel to take the Golan Heights, the guy that moved the American embassy to Jerusalem.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
A guy that is likely to allow the annexation of the West Bank and or Gaza, the resettlement of Gaza. You did have like under Obama at least a modicum of reining in of some of Israel's like worst settler colonial inclinations, and that has stopped under Biden, sadly. And again, if there is any daylight, if there is any difference between Harris and Biden, she sure as fuck hasn't showed it. Mexico is probably the easiest. That's kind of what I'm thinking too, depleted uranium. My Spanish sucks ass though. I made the mistake of learning French first, right? And so because of that, and because of the number of cognates between French and Spanish, I mean, it does help me. Like I'm better at reading Spanish because of my French, you know. But in terms of pronunciation, oh my gosh, it's a disaster. Like I'm always looking at Spanish words and my first inclination is to pronounce them in a French way, which is wrong. Is Ukraine now done under the Trump administration? I would think beyond just Ukraine, right? Trump is not just complacent with Vladimir Putin. He's basically an ally. And as such, Ukraine is just one fucking piece of the puzzle. Like, there is a global order of even you could call it an axis of ultranationalist authoritarian countries. And under Trump, the United States signs up for that axis. The United States is already in bed with that through Biden's policy on Netanyahu. Like, the United States is already tied in with that, right? Because I'm talking about Putin, I'm talking about Netanyahu, I'm talking about Orban. And now I'm talking about Trump. Hi, Canadian Brunch. They did elect the first trans woman into Congress. That's a Delaware representative. Europe is done. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's it's kind of looking like it. But the question between, like, supporting a neocon, like the Cheneys, a neoliberal, like a Democrat, and a Republican, right, is not like whether you want to use the United States military-industrial complex as a big stick, right? Because they all do. It's where you want to use it against, right? If you're in the Democratic Party, you're hawkish against China. If you're a Trump person, you're hawkish against Iran.
Yeah, I'm watching Pennsylvania because now we've inched over 90% of the vote in, and Trump's margin now has moved over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's a 3.5 almost point advantage for Trump. What just happened and what's left? Well, we just got a big piece of the puzzle. York County this is a biggie. And again, we talk about that south central Pennsylvania region as a sleeper. We just got all of the rest of the vote here. There was a lot outstanding. And again, to put this in perspective, this is an improvement from Trump over where it was 4 years ago, and that completes pretty much the storyline in this region of the state. One of the big questions we asked in Pennsylvania at the start of the night was, would Trump decline further in this part of the state? He had dropped a bit. He had dropped a bit in 2020. He didn't drop any further in counties like this tonight. Lebanon County, Lancaster County, Cumberland County, now York County. Where else did we just get results? We got it in Westmoreland County. We're almost complete here. Again, big Republican suburban, some rural areas too certainly, but big Republican county outside Pittsburgh. And again, Trump is running a little bit better than he did here in 2020. That's what his campaign wanted to see. We also got some more results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there, 86%. Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, need it, somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said, going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning. Get some clarity on that. But Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there. Oh. Yep.
What do you got? What do you got? What do you got, Steve? What do you got? Kamala said Iran was our greatest enemy. Yeah. Biden and possibly Kamala as well have not been good at resisting the pull of the United States into conflict with Iran by the state of Israel. And by saying things that, like, you know, the United States is the ride or die ally of Israel, no matter what it fucking does, you allow yourself to be pulled along into that shit. As opposed to Trump, though, who, you know, like, look, Israel's assassinated Iranian officials. Trump did that. Trump did an act of war against Iran. Trump blew up a bilateral agreement between the U.S. and Iran that got inspectors to, you know, monitor the nuclear program. Right, but we're talking about Obama policy there. And sadly, like, Biden has, like, look, there are some good parts about Biden. When you look at the National Labor Relations Board, when, you know, Biden's been on some level, Biden does seem to be trying to pivot away from the sort of neoliberal, at least the economic policies that defined the Clintons and Obamas and every Democrat since Carter.
Center County here, we still have some to come. This is where State College is. You know, Trump leading here right now. I believe vote by mail still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020, so an opportunity.
Biden also broke the rail workers' strike. That's true. But I'm not talking about Biden.
This should be a Republican county in a big way by the end of the night.
I'm talking about a comparison to Obama and to Clinton. And you do need to recognize the difference between those two. But when we look at their foreign policy, it's worse. It's way worse. Like, there's no...
But with 93% in, making
Biden has not evolved in terms of his foreign policy since like the 80s, since he said that
90% in the Trump margin there. About
Israel was such an important chess piece to the United States that if it didn't exist,
County, and been a bit of
we would have to invent it.
exactly how much vote was left. We actually believe, now take a look at this. We said at the start of the night, the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020. And we believe there is a little bit more to come still in Dane County. So it appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane County than they've been getting? Every election this century they have, it looks like they may be able to do that. We'll see. Make sure there are a few left there. Obviously, if they do, we expect them to break decisively for Kamala Harris. And one other thing I did want to point out and just make sure we kind of get on the record, as we look at the map of the country here and you see in gray the states that aren't called, you take a look on the East Coast here, and this one stands out. New Jersey.
No, the super predator was
2020 was a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points. Now, nearly 90%.
Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton had a reputation as being allies in the state of Arkansas for the black community, right? Now, you'd think that this is a good thing, right? But for the national Democratic establishment, this made them not good. And Bill Clinton was essentially compelled to show that he could throw this community, which had also supported him greatly, under the bus. And he did that in a myriad of different ways. He picked a fight with a rapper as some kind of fucking...
Counties with
and
Hispanic populations.
And he also and Hillary Clinton, yeah, famously talked about
Mexico a minute ago. The Trump campaign
super predators as a justification for a tough on crime bill.
Just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I want to show you just two counties.
So we're,
to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm.
Yeah, it looks like Minnesota is going to Kamala.
This is where Albuquerque is. This is the big.
We got 6 new updates.
Suburban, high concentration of college degrees county we've been talking about. And Harris almost gets to the Biden level here. There isn't much of a drop-off for Harris here. And this is this is where Albuquerque is, just giant vote-producing county. Now let's get to a county that's almost 70% Hispanic. Down where
yeah, Kamala Harris wins New Mexico.
Harris County tonight.
Not a super surprise.
A 19-point victory for Joe Biden, cut down by 10 points here. Core Democratic county in New Mexico. The counties in New Mexico with the highest Hispanic populations are where Donald Trump has made his gains. The reason he got this down to 5 points are the counties with Hispanic population there. So you're seeing that, outside of the core battleground. And as I said, I've been showing you in Pennsylvania all night. One of the stories of how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been all of these small and mid-sized cities, counties that have these small and mid-sized cities in them with significant Hispanic populations. That's where Trump's made gains.
So yeah, tonight was a night which had the, and I guess still has the potential to be the closing of the book of the Trump era. It also has a potential to be something a lot worse, which would be the pivot of the Democratic Party to an even further rightward position. Like, if the Democrats lose, I do not expect them to learn the right lessons from why they lost. I do not expect them to recognize that you cannot continuously throw, groups under the bus when it's politically expedient and expect them to be like, well, I got nobody else to vote for. Guess I'll still vote for you. They're not going to learn that lesson. What they're going to learn, they're going to, oh my God. It's like they wanted to lose. No, I mean, they really think, like, they've got to be deluded. Like, they've got to be massively deluded. They are under the impression that the fucking chattering class of Washington is still a thing that represents a real constituency. They look at Liz Cheney and they're like, there's voters there. They look at Dick Cheney, there's voters there. John McCain, there's voters there, right? No, there's not. There's not. If there were voters there at one time, they left after Donald Trump, right? There's no voters there. That's a dead political dynasty that you're trying to resurrect, and it's not going to help you. Scared that the USA will become an actual fascist dictatorship. That is more likely that I, being a person who lives in the United States currently, would like to admit. That's entirely plausible. I'm trying not to just completely, again, we don't have. Pennsylvania hasn't been called. Michigan and Wisconsin have not been called. Arizona and Nevada have not been called. But yeah, we're getting... Could Putin get Trump to take his position on Israel? Not likely, considering that Trump was bankrolled by pro-Israeli. I heard Harris canceled her appearance at Howard University. Not surprising. She hasn't. She's already fighting an uphill battle as a mixed woman, but bringing on Cheney and not making major promises is really dumb. Yeah. Yeah, you owe, well, no one, you owe no one your vote except Waluigi. What are you going to do if Trump wins? I'm going to get the fuck out of Dodge any way I can. See, I said I didn't like the music. It's even creepier when the music's not on. Oh, well, majority of Trump voters don't even know his policies, no doubt. So if yeah, you're 100% right about that. Yeah, I mean, like, please don't ever believe that Vladimir Putin is some kind of humanitarian, right? He is on the side of Iran in its conflict with Israel for purely self-serving purposes. As bad as our leadership may be here in the United States, like, I mean, again, that is part of the ultra-nationalist axis that the United States is about to join. Hoping here in New York we could still be safe. I mean, you're definitely safer than you would be in Florida. That's looking on the bright side. If Trump wins, we can all head to Costa Rica.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
What state am I in? The state of confusion. Yeah, I wish I could give you more geographical specificity, Sophia Martinez, but it's a dangerous world out there, especially for content creators. And especially if you're standing up for unpopular causes or causes that are anyway. We got 9 new updates. Let's go through them real quick. We're at 52% of the Dono goal. The thing that's winning seems to be Ted Cruz getting weird about trans people, but it's only barely winning. It's got Olamide Vanguard and Emma. The panel that they did together is just about 1 point behind. But I don't know. Presidential race is too close to call in Nevada. Not that Trump leads by 3,800 votes. Arizona passes abortion rights amendment. Jill Stein got 22% of the vote in Dearborn. Yeah, Trump got 47%. So before you go and blame Jill Stein, who is, Jill Stein and the Green Party, I got plenty of criticism for them. But whose fault is it that Harris didn't get these votes? It's Kamala Harris's fault. So Nevada's passing an amendment to protect access to abortion, also passing an amendment to make it harder to vote. Let's see if the AP has called anything that hasn't been called by... Yeah, no, it doesn't look like... Minnesota has not been called. Arizona, Nevada have not been called. Georgia's not been called. Pennsylvania has not been called. We already called Virginia. I think we already read that Virginia, yeah, going to Kamala, but not by as much as expected. Obviously, these states up here in the Northeast have been called, all but New Hampshire, and then I guess Maine. Maine's weird because it's got 4 votes. 2 of those votes go to the winner of the popular vote in Maine, and then 1 vote goes to the winner of the Southern District, and 1 vote goes to the winner of the Northern District, right? So there's 4 votes. That's how they're apportioned. Nebraska's kind of similar. Now it does say it does show Nebraska as being all red here. I think they just don't have the little pop out district because there's, so yeah, the at-large vote in Maine is likely to go Democratic, and Nebraska is likely to go Republican. But there's there's like 3 districts in Nevada. How does that work? Is there 5? Okay. There's like, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. 3 districts. Oh my God, chat. I don't even know. Regardless, there's a urban district that that Kamala is likely to win. That's one electoral vote. And we're still waiting on the really important states, and they don't look good now. They do not look good. Both in the sense that Trump has got a lead in these states, and you know, we're coming down to like very few votes left over, right? And we're seeing Kamala perform under Biden's numbers, right? Which is not good if you want to win. Right? Biden won all these states, not overwhelmingly, but he won them. Hillary lost them. And so the question is are her numbers closer to Hillary's numbers, or are they closer to Biden's numbers? And I can't give you the answer. And we may not have the answer tonight. We may not have the answer tonight. She seems to be picking up in Pennsylvania. That's good. Can I update the results? Yeah, I'll call AP and let them know. Oh wait, you know what? Actually, I don't know why this keeps on falling back, but you're right. Yeah, you were right. You were right, chatter. Heaven's time, you were correct. Yeah, for some reason, whenever I click away from this, it falls behind. And that is indeed what happened. Okay, so New Hampshire, that's what we called for Kamala, giving her those 4 votes. 4 electoral college votes. Any news on Alaska? We haven't heard anything about Alaska. I don't think Kornacki's even looking at it. People are telling me that votes are coming in, that she's like catching up in Pennsylvania. 93% of the state is reported. She's still behind by a significant margin. Almost a statistically significant margin. But that I shouldn't even bring that up here. We're talking about votes. We're not actually talking about polls. Alaska is a deep red state. Why are people thinking it's been less deep red recently? You've had some Democrats win statewide in Alaska. You don't think I can see your messages? I see all. But I've got a bunch of different chats that I'm... Mail-in votes will come in tomorrow. Then we'll have a clear answer of who's winning. I mean, at some point, yeah. Yeah, AP is called Georgia for Trump. So I think that MSNBC or NBC, whatever, has called it for yeah, we've already got Georgia on the list as far as Trump pickups. Alaska has some of the opposite dynamics that other states. Rural areas lean more blue and urban areas lean more red. Did not know that. Oh no, Alaska is not a territory. Good question, Sanshiro. Right, because I mentioned earlier that Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States. It's not either been given statehood or independence. And so it's a territory. It's part of the United States. People in Puerto Rico are American citizens. However, they are American citizens who are disenfranchised at least in the presidential election. If they move to one of the 50 states, they are able to vote in that state. But as long as they're citizens of the territory of Puerto Rico, they are not able to vote. Arizona says they stopped counting and will continue tomorrow. All coming down to that one county in Arizona. It's leaning blue right now. Sleepy time for Arizona. I mean, regardless, there's like, okay, so look, We don't know for sure what's going to happen. These states, the important states, are too close to call at the moment. We do have some really bad signs, though, right? The Senate control 100% is flipping over to the GOP. The House does not look good. I don't know if we've got a definitive projection that the Republican Party will retain control of the House, but we definitely aren't seeing like a lot of evidence that the House is going to flip. So with the Senate, right, even with a President Harris, with the control of the Senate, Republicans will be able to effectively prevent any nomination of judicial candidates. So that in and of itself is pretty bad because the court is pretty fucked up. Yeah, in terms of, I don't know, even like expanding the Supreme Court and in terms of reforming the Supreme Court, that does not look like that's something that would be able to get done even under a Harris administration, right? So, Miskatonic says CNN shows Arizona leaning right despite the projections regarding the votes that remain to be counted. Fox is giving Pennsylvania to Trump. Steve Kornacki just left his desk. See what the AP has to say. Is this going to be... Okay, so the AP has not called Pennsylvania yet. I mean... Would Pennsylvania swing it to Trump? Let me do the math really quick. I think there may be some confused people in my shorts chat. Then again, who knows what all Fox News is called, right? They got every incentive to make irresponsible calls. But what are we doing? Pennsylvania electoral votes, how many? 19. Okay, so yeah, that according to AP's account, Pennsylvania, a win in Pennsylvania does not give it to Trump. However, it does make it damn close. Yeah. So essentially, Pennsylvania and almost any other state besides Alaska would cinch it up for Trump. And I don't know if we've counted, I guess we haven't counted Maine yet. So Trump is likely to get one vote at least from Maine. So yeah, I would say including Alaska, right? However, losing Pennsylvania does make the possible path to 270 very, very prohibitive for Kamala Harris. She would have to run the board at that point. Now, I don't know if people in Shorts chat are saying that Fox News has called it. They may have more states. They may have called more states. AP doesn't have that, and neither does MSNBC or only governor's race it's uncalled is Montana. Senate, we've got 13. Yeah, so we've already the Republicans are going to control the Senate in the next term. That we know. There's the popular vote at the moment. This may change. The popular vote may change by tomorrow morning, but regardless, it's not the popular vote that decides the president. It's the Electoral College. So 1-seat majority for the Republicans at the moment. That might actually expand. What is the 80 uncalled seats in the House? So far, 2.2 net gain for the Republicans in the House. McGoggle says, "Uncook yourself, please, USA." I know, right? Kornacki rage quits. I don't know. I don't know who Kornacki's rooting for. He seems to be just very excited to be here. He loves elections. And, you know, I guess if you're Canada also seems to be headed to possible conservative government. JFK Jr. in the health department. That's right. No more vaccines. And I don't even mean COVID. I mean like any vaccines. JFK Jr. He's a full-on anti-vaxxer. Yeah, RFK will take diseases that we thought were eradicated and turn them into pandemics if he gets a hold of public health. 50% Kamala, 48% Trump in Clark County. The entire West has insurgent chuddery. Yeah, that's true. The thing about Fox News, I want you to understand this, right? They're going to probably make the call before it is, you know, a sure thing. And what they're hoping to do there is that they're hoping that other networks will just be like, okay, we don't want Fox to get too much of the scoop on us, and they'll just kind of like there's a kind of herding that sort of goes on, right? Now, it may end up that they may end up being right, but they've made calls before that were not justified by the numbers. But yeah, it is a bad night. That is not in doubt. And the fact that the Republicans have secured the Senate, they look, they're doing well as far as House races, right? All that stuff points to the fact that Kamala's numbers are slipping from where Biden's were. There's a lot that does not look that looks very bad for the Democrats, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if that was how the race turns out, but
because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
bad night. It's going to be a bad decade. I mean, you're not wrong, Fort Walton. See what we got in terms of our new updates.
Yes, we are. He's 94%. Trump's lead here at 190,000 votes. That works out to about a 3 percentage point lead. It is a very significant hill for Kamala Harris to climb here. Just in terms of what's left, the picture is really kind of condensing and clarifying. Obviously, the biggest outstanding source of votes is right here in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia. You see with 80.
And that's a good thing.
It's a lead there of about 58 points for Harris. I'm just glancing over to get the number. We expect there are still 137,000.
If the outstanding votes.
Remember, a chunk of them are going to be that vote by mail that's going to come out sometime tomorrow morning. The wild card in Philadelphia, and what's I think has kept folks at bay a little bit here, is provisional ballots. There's a big number of provisional ballots, and these are expected to break decisively to the Democrats. How many? Well, in 2020, the COVID year, things were all, it had been a one-off, but there were about 100,000 provisional ballots. In the 2022 midterm, this is in Philadelphia, in the 2022 midterm, about 45,000. And so the question is, how many of them are there? And what does that remaining provisional ballot pool look like when you get the rest of these votes in? Is there plausibly something there that could boost the Democrats enough to make up for this big gap that they have statewide now, which again, I'll show you, 190,000 votes there. So you got what's left in Philadelphia. You got the provisional ballots in Philadelphia. That's what the Democrats are kind of hanging their hopes on, because the rest of these counties here, you know, we're just waiting on a little bit from Chester County. Democrats will gain some here, but at a 54-44 clip, anything like that, it's not going to be a huge gain. Same in Montgomery County. There's some left here Democratic, but again, if it's about a 60-40 split of what's to come, that won't net out to a ton. And then there are places to come with significant vote where, you know, look, Trump is running ahead in Bucks County now by 2.5 points. Votes to come there may net out a bit in his benefit. You could look here. This is just the mail-in ballot in an overwhelmingly Republican county. You know, you're talking tens of thousands of votes still to come here in a place Trump won by almost 40 points. So he's going to make up ground there. He's going to make up ground still in a place like Schuylkill County, you know, core Republican county. He's winning it by 52 points. There's still votes to come. There are still pockets of votes as well in these deeply red Trump counties. They add up as well. So again, Democrats stand to make some gains in these places, maybe some very substantial gains out of Philadelphia. The provisional vote, we are trying to figure out how much there is. That looms as a wild card here. But again, looking at a mountain of 191,000 votes, you got to make up with this little left in Pennsylvania. You know, that's looking like a close to a Mount Everest there for Harris. But let's get a sense of that provisional. Yes, let's call it up right there. And again, this is basically the same situation here. It's 49-4-48. So there is a bit of separation.
So that would be another
the Republican Senate candidate is running
senator for
Trump's number. Bob Casey, the Democrat, you can see is running a bit above Harris's number. Again, I'll just show you the sort of the eye test here, 49-4-48, and we'll show you again the presidential race, 50.9-48 flat.
How long before the Party of Freedom comes to take away our free speech? I'm not waiting around to find out.
for Democrats to try to overcome, and we'll see what happens as we learn more about the provisionals. But while 191,000 is that steep, when you look back at the Senate race, 88,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote by mail in Philadelphia, in terms of potentially the provisional ballots. That is closer. That's decidedly more doable. Just given the numbers that are left for the Democrats, for Bob Casey to potentially make that up. So there is a bit of separation here. We were wondering about this in a lot of these key Senate races. How much would the sort of the partisan split just roll down to the Senate race? You could see to a great degree it's done that in Pennsylvania, but is this one separated enough for the Democrats where what's left could boost Bob Casey? There's suspense there definitely right now. Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on that now. Watch it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing with Trump and Harris here. So again, if this thing becomes tight enough, if you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning.
Do I think she won? She ran a good campaign? No.
Take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against. Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it all night, and now officially Harris has expanded the Democratic margin in Dane County. It was about 182,000 last time, so this is yet again this century. Democrats are getting more out of Dane County.
I mean, she needed to. She needs that. Like, if she's going to have any chance. You're going to have to hope that a lot of votes are left in.
50% of the vote is in here. And again, 52.2, 46. Let's call up the Senate results. 50.7, 46.4. So I think you can see where this one is going. It's a similar story here. It's close to being synced up, but Mike Rogers, the Republican Senate candidate, running a bit behind Trump. What's confusing about Michigan right now is there's still a lot of counties here, big important counties where we just do not have clarity. A lot of this is done in Michigan. It's a very decentralized process. It's done at the municipal level. So it's just, we get very, I'll give you an example here. Macomb County, we've got half the vote right now. You go next door to Oakland County, we've got almost all the vote. Democrats are getting about what they want. They probably want a little bit more out of Oakland County than Slotkin is getting right there. But the big wild card here, we talked about it all night. What's Macomb going to do compared to Oakland? Is it going to get close to canceling it out? Half the vote still to come. This is a 13-point margin essentially for the Republicans here. That's a substantial improvement from the Republican number in 2020. So we need to see more to be able to make some of these comparisons. Again, only about a third of the vote is in Wayne County. This is obviously hugely important. You've got questions about the city.
Iraq says, I think it's possible that the insiders in the Kamala campaign didn't actually care about winning. Okay.
In Michigan right now to make sense of either one of the races. But there is, with the votes that are tallied, a little bit of potentially substantial.
I can't confirm that, but I can tell you that Kamala accepted way too many of Biden's campaign officials onto her team. That may be a big part of her
they're going to add the same day votes.
Failure. Right? And look, like, I can't tell you for sure that Biden's people didn't want her to win, but I can tell you that it's just not a good idea. When somebody has to be pushed out of the nomination, when somebody has to be pressured out of the nomination, taking their team is just not a good idea in any way.
controversial figure in Arizona, didn't concede that 2022 gubernatorial loss. So we suspected there might be the most separation there. You're certainly seeing it there. And also, let's move.
Biden would have lost harder. That's true.
Okay, again.
Well, Biden was a train wreck. Biden can't. He just is not able to run a campaign. He can't communicate.
Counted so far, Trump with a 4-point lead there in the presidential, call up the Senate race. And again, that's, like Arizona, it may not be quite as dramatic, but that's a pretty substantial difference between those two candidates. So again, I think that's a very important story. I'm glad you had me run through these because I've been so focused on the presidential. But yeah, we see in all those races to some degree separation where the Democratic Senate candidate is running better than Kamala Harris, most dramatically in Arizona and in Nevada, but in those other states too.
You thought she ran a great campaign, Joe. Please defend that. What do you think was great about her campaign?
Communist invading radicals.
Yeah, New Hampshire. Now, let's call it up here. Part of the problem in New Hampshire, again, you see all the gray.
I really have to strain to think of good decisions that she's made. And the first one that comes to mind, the most recent good decision by Kamala Harris, was picking Waltz. Since then, it has been a train wreck.
And that last 15% or so in New Hampshire can take a long time, not come in election night, not come in those overnight hours. So there's still a lot to come, but we can show you some of the places we're looking at. Statewide, that's almost a 5-point lead for Kamala Harris. It's down a little bit from, I'll just show you, that's down a little bit from where this state landed in 2020 when Biden won it by just over 7 points. But some of the places we were looking coming into tonight, this would be a good example. Pelham, New Hampshire, right on the New Hampshire-Massachusetts line. This is the kind of big town that Trump lost ground in.
Well, if you're saying that she's a good speaker, Joe, I agree with you.
25 fell down to about 20 points in 2020. And you see, he has got it back up. And
if that's where your mind is at, as far as is she a better speaker than Biden? Oh my God, yes, definitely.
Again, right over the Massachusetts line. Again, it's a place where Trump won it by 20 points. This is big by New Hampshire standards, by the way. 20 points.
But you got to recognize when you're coming in to substitute for a candidate who's losing, you don't want to do what they're doing. You don't want the team that they have. You don't want to you want to separate yourself as much as possible. And she just didn't do that.
Points in 2016, cut in half in 2020. He's gotten not quite though to the 2016 level. I think to really have a shot in New Hampshire.
Look back to when Kamala really had momentum and ask yourself what happened, right? Instead of attacking Trump as being a danger to democracy, they were calling him a fucking weirdo. The dude just filleted a microphone, right? Yes, he's a weirdo. That works. That resonates. They got scared. They were like, oh, we can't keep calling him a weirdo. Let's go back into the danger to democracy. Let's bring Liz Cheney along on the campaign. She didn't call out Israel. Yeah, she didn't do anything like that. She didn't separate herself from Biden's failed foreign policy.
But with so much to come and such a slow reporting, decentralized state, you're not getting a call there. This was one, though. Obviously, J.D. Vance was sent here on Sunday for the Trump campaign when they talked about potentially expanding the battleground. It was this, it was Virginia, it was New Mexico. It's an improvement, it looks like, for Trump. But you're not looking at these numbers and saying these are numbers that are going to give Trump a victory in New Hampshire. Yeah, okay, now this is shades of 2016. Let's go out to Minnesota now. 3/4 of the vote is in, uncalled. Of course, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, and yet, compare what we're looking at right now in Minnesota to what we saw 4 years ago. 7 points, cut more than in half at this point. It's a 3-point Harris lead. It's a pretty good cushion she has there. But again, this is a drop-off for Democrats in the vice presidential candidate's home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out further because, remember, in 2016, this was one of the states that Trump almost got. He got, remember, Pennsylvania he flipped, Michigan he flipped, Wisconsin he flipped on the strength of blue-collar white voters. Minnesota is a state that it also has a ton of blue-collar white voters, a lot of them small cities, rural areas. And again, this number tonight is not looking as much like 2020 as it is 2016. Again, what saves Democrats, even in a close call like this in Minnesota, what saves Democrats is the immediate Twin Cities area here. You know, you talk about like Hennepin County. It's the big population dense, suburbs, cities where, again, high concentrations of college degrees. And again, right on the number. Harris is right on the number. She's not dropping off at all in Hennepin County. So look, even if Trump is making gains, is winning back some of the votes that he surrendered in 2020 in blue-collar areas, Democrats count on this area. We take a look here where St. Paul is. Again, right on the number there for Harris. So typically for Democrats, if they can hit those big margins in the Twin Cities, they can withstand defections or losses in the more blue-collar areas. And it looks like Trump has made gains in the blue-collar areas, but so far the reason why he's still trailing with this much vote in is the Twin Cities are doing what Democrats depend on them to do.
So, yeah, if you're wondering what we've been looking at with the Kornacki cam, it's this. And I think I understand this now. MSNBC and NBC are doing their coverage of the campaign tonight. And what they do is at various times they'll cut to the Kornacki desk, right? They'll like, Steve, let's go to Steve to see what's going on in Minnesota right now. Well, actually, we're seeing shades of 2016 this year. It's like we compare these numbers to 2020, they look a lot less like that and a lot more like 20. You're right. So they're cutting away to him, and so that's where we're kind of getting him. We're watching him in his zone, where he is, checking the numbers, looking, making phone calls, doing whatever he has to do in between to get ready for each next segment, right? So that's why he's faced away from us. Who's going to carry the popular vote? That I actually can. That we actually don't know. The popular vote could still go to Kamala Harris. It wouldn't matter, if she loses the Electoral College, she loses the presidency. But I can't tell you for sure. And I would expect to be able to at least call that to say she's winning at least the popular vote. I don't know if that's true. I can't tell you if that's true or not. How to write the reporter's name? Can somebody type it out? Maybe I can. Yeah, you got it right, Joe. That's how you spell it. What do we have? 3 new updates. Ohio defeats nonpartisan redistricting amendment. Establishing a citizens redistricting commission. I'm not sure what the nonpartisan, supposedly, but Democratic pickup in the 2nd congressional district in New Hampshire. Trump wins 4 out of the 5 electoral college votes in Nebraska. That's pretty much what we expected. Now, they don't say that Kamala wins 1, which is the other part of it. So that part might be too close to call, right? That is the district, I believe, with Omaha in it, which is predicted to go for Kamala, but they're not saying anything about it. But they are calling 4 of the 5 electoral college votes. So in other words, Trump has won the at-large in Nebraska, no surprise, and Trump has won 2 of the districts in Nebraska, also no surprise. How many train disasters happened in Ohio? I mean, it is Ohio. Wasn't her dad a lot cooler than Kamala? He sounds a lot cooler, but I don't know that much about him. Her platform was defending the continuation of an administration with a notorious approval rate, saying, vote for me so that nothing changes. It's pretty... You know, strangely though, Agon, in some polls, she was seen as the change candidate. Right? And when you think about it, that is how she should have tried to position herself. Now, again, these may be the same polls that said she was going to win in Iowa, so maybe these polls are garbage. The same team beat Trump, to be fair, last time. Are we sure about that? Has Biden got the same team as his 2020 team? That being said, Biden's not the same candidate that he was 4 years ago. I mean, I think we can all agree on that. It is pretty bleak looking, but we are getting, like, a dearth of information. Now, here's the deal. There are mail-in votes that are supposed to be counted tomorrow morning in Philadelphia, right? That might be kind of what we're waiting on as far as Pennsylvania. And while those votes could be expected to heavily favor Kamala, I can see some outlets have called Pennsylvania already. That being said, the fact that NBC and AP, let's just make sure I'm correct about that, right, have not called it yet, tells me that there is still a chance. It may be a very low chance at this point, but there's still a chance of Harris pulling out Pennsylvania to a lesser extent, and also Michigan and Wisconsin to a more likely extent. Arizona, we're not going to know for a while. I'm not sure where we're at Nevada. Yeah, 94% reporting AP has not called Pennsylvania. Donald Trump has about a 3-point lead. Jill Stein came in with 0.5%. Chase Oliver came in with 0.5%. Again, I am not one of those people with all the problems I've got with Jill Stein and the Green Party. I do not blame a potential Kamala Harris loss, even if it's by that margin exactly. I do not blame that on Jill Stein, right? A candidate has to earn your vote. And the fact that they are losing votes to a third-party candidate shows that they're doing something wrong, right? It's always such cope to blame a third-party candidate for a major party candidate's failures. But yeah, I got a lot of smoke for the Jill Stein, the Green Party ticket to Jill Stein, and particularly Butch Ware did not impress me this year. Chat, we're getting to the point where I don't know what's going to happen. We're getting to the point where I guess what I'm saying is that the results that are determinative, even though they seem really close, may not come tonight. This is going to be a close one. Possibly? There's so many states that, like, so many of the swing states. We only have Georgia and North Carolina called for sure of the swing states. So, you know, the swing states could all go to Trump, the rest of this, the four, or sorry, not four. Let's see, there's 2 of them called the 5 remaining swing states. They could go all to Trump. They could go all to Harris. They could go to a mixture of the 2. Wake me up when November ends. Jeez. What are the chances? Well, essentially, we're waiting for votes in Philadelphia County that will most likely arrive tomorrow. Is it possible that enough votes come in the meantime to mathematically eliminate Harris from contention? Yeah, I guess. But if this is going to flip, it's going to be from the mail-in votes that arrive, that get counted tomorrow. But that's not a, there's no guarantee of that. Nevada started counting 3 hours late. Sorry, there's a record amount of ballot contest. Has Hawaii been confirmed? Yes. Hawaii goes to Harris. Stein isn't really substantial in splitting the vote. Look, even if she was, it's still the candidate's fault for not... Look, if you're running in what you're calling the most important campaign of our lifetime...
Iraq 121 super chatted $10. Thanks for doing this.
Aw.
Vox Populi.
Thank you, Iraq. And of course I'm going to do this. Like, right? I'm with you, chat. I mean, as much as I can be. I don't know what we're going to do though. All right? I want to keep doing this. Like, if you compare my channel right now to my channel a year ago, we have increased by greater, I think like tenfold, right? Stuff is finally starting to work as far as the channel. The problem is I do not know, given the likely outcome of this election, like, I don't feel like I can make the kind of commentary that I'm going to need to from within the geographical boundaries of the United States. I am going to become the goddamn immigrant. And somebody's going to say that I'm eating the dogs and the cats in whatever country. Hopefully I won't be, or killing the squirrels or anything else. But, yeah, I cannot foresee continuing to do this from the United States. We're gaining major traction, yeah, and I want to keep doing this, right? And I feel like my voice is more needed than ever. The shorts is getting more toxic. That's I wish I could say surprising. Music is the devil. I agree, Isaiah Baker. I agree. Okay, what should have happened is that we raided into the full screen stream. Mods, get ready. Because we may have some incoming here. This music is like a Pokemon battle. Chat, I don't know how much longer I can stay up for. Who won? We don't know for sure, but it doesn't look good. Let's just put it that way. It's driving me to delirium. It's driving me to delirium too. I was hoping we could hang out and hit the sub goal, but I am not sure if that's going to happen. But we're at 62%. I wanted something as, like, you know, it would have been nice to do. We won't know until tomorrow. I mean, you're right. I'm just, don't get your hopes up, okay? Because it's definitely not looking good. Wish you all strength. Thank you, terrorism. I'm gonna need strength to find a new country to live in. Kornaki's phone is blowing up. Yeah, maybe so. Check the AP once more. Is anything... Yeah, AP's not calling shit. And I doubt they will. You can't hear the video? The video's not doing anything. I may have... I explained this earlier, but let me explain it again for anybody who didn't hear it. Steve Kornacki is on call. Let me see. How do I explain this? Steve Kornacki is like... He works for MSNBC. I think NBC also uses him, so when they're doing their streams, they'll be going over, you know, the latest stuff, and they'll be like, let's cut to Steve now. Let's cut to Steve Kornacki. Okay, wait a minute. They'll cut to Steve Kornacki, and they will they'll have him analyze, you know, kind of the minutia, right? That's what he does. He goes through, he looks at the counties, he explains not just like who's winning what state, but why. Or where it's headed, or where the trend is, all that kind of stuff, right? So we're watching the Kornacki cam, which is like for the Super Steve fans. And so this is kind of like Steve's world, right? This is what he does in between being called upon to appear on MSNBC or NBC. So chat, it does look like we might have one more state that just got called. Let me make sure that it is official. Okay, Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, according to NBC News. This puts him at 266 electoral votes. Let's see if AP has got this as well. Looks like AP has not called it yet, but NBC is calling it for Pennsylvania, which means that essentially Kamala kind of has to run the table, right? She can lose Alaska, but she can't lose anything else. In fact, I'm not even sure she can lose Alaska, because the votes for Maine, Trump is likely to win one vote in Maine. Yeah, it's going to be very hard. If he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. It's almost over, right? There's a like I said, she would have to run the table. In fact, I think she'd have to win Alaska. She'd either have to win Alaska or she'd have to win, like, all of Maine, which neither of those are likely to happen.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I mean, that's not the, it's not officially over, but it is a very hard, to imagine Kamala Harris winning the presidency at this point. Funny thing is that Arizona actually looks closer than some of the other states. But yeah, if she loses one more state, it is like literally over. Now some people have called New Hampshire for her. Look, they don't even call New Jersey. Most people have. Looks like AP is still a little late. Yeah, AP still does not have Pennsylvania. It's not a bad thing to be gun shy and reporting. No, that's true. You should. I mean, like, I wish more networks would be a little bit. When you say gun shy, right? Biden should refuse to certify the election. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I am not actually saying that. I'm saying that sarcastically. Is 266 to 194 just a prediction? No. Those are the ones that we know for sure, right? It takes 270 to win. Donald Trump is 4 votes away from that. Essentially, any of the states going to Trump at this point gives him the win. Have you seen Leon French video on the PA absentee ballot shenanigans? No, I haven't. Leon French I wish Harris would have been more anti-war. Me too. I wish Harris would have given, Muslim and Arab voters in Michigan something. Like, instead of just the same fucking song and dance that Biden did. He didn't steal it. They dropped it on the ground for anyone to take. Harris would be the one who would have to certify the election. Yeah. Yeah, if Harris does what Mike... unfortunately, for that theory, right, I think they did make it so that the certification is purely ceremonial at this point. What I'm watching says she's 214 to 248. That is the AP. You're looking at the AP, C. Martin. And, I mean, yeah, that's true. The AP still has it at... has not called Pennsylvania yet. Excuse me. Harris will give us cat poop? I'm not sure I want that. The economy is jacked, and that killed it for Harris. Trump will make it exponentially worse. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, possibly like one of the worst aspects of this outcome, the outcome that we're potentially looking at here, is that Trump will be able to avoid accountability for crimes, even crimes he's been convicted of. Right, that stuff will get like put on cooldown for 4 years, and possibly forever. So you can kind of see why I don't want to stick around. Yes, Kill Chronic. Fox did call it. And MSNBC has called Pennsylvania. Right now, their count leaves Trump 4 electoral votes shy, though. Right? Which means, essentially, he would just have to win one more state to clinch the election. This music sucks. The loop is off. You know what I'm saying? Is Trump gonna win? It's very likely, Epic Guy. What was somebody was telling me to look at Pennsylvania? check out AP again. Yeah, AP still hasn't called Pennsylvania. I mean, they're a pretty reputable organization. I would say, you know, more so than MSNBC, but that being said, even without giving Trump Pennsylvania, it still doesn't look good for her in Pennsylvania. Like I said, the only path for her now is to win either every single state, including Alaska, which she's very unlikely to win, right? And she's not likely to win Arizona either. At this point, I can't even say that she's likely to win Wisconsin, right? But she'd have to run the table. And she'd either have to pull out an entire victory in Maine, which you usually don't do because Maine has a district that goes to Republicans almost every time. The Northern District in Maine. You'd either have to get all of Maine and lose Alaska, or you could get Alaska and lose that vote in Maine. But even her running the table on Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada, and losing Alaska and the district she's likely to lose in Maine would still put Trump at 270. Yeah, the Republicans won the Senate. We called that pretty early, actually. Turn the economy back on itself? You mean it eventually... Oh, I see. Yeah, the economy was fucked up by COVID. And for Trump to, run this idea of, well, the economy was good for 3 years under me... Well, yeah, any economy looks like any economic situation pre-COVID looks better than one post-COVID. All right, we have not recovered. The stock market might have recovered. The GDP might have recovered. Hell, the unemployment rate and the inflation rate might have recovered, but the American people did not recover. The only thing that kept us going through COVID was the stimulus. And that is not a Trumpian policy. That is a policy that Trump had to, that was like pulling teeth for Trump to do. I mean, he knew he had to do it, but so in other words, you're not going to get another one of those. You're not going to get that from, people are just not okay. And that may have been the failure of Harris to understand exactly how not okay people were, may have been the difference between the election. Jax, I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Trump may win, but his after party won't be the same without Epstein. Yeah, that's true. Irene for president. Hey, we got to figure out what my next move is first, chat. Yeah, Wesley Morgan, I don't know what you're smoking, but you better give me some. All right. See, you think, like, the way that you're talking about the president, it's almost like a video game. Like, I don't think you're thinking of real life. I think you're thinking of a video game. In a video game, you could move a unit close to something and it can have an effect on that thing, right? I'm thinking like our real-time strategy. Like if you move like a commanding officer unit next to a like a military unit, that unit's morale goes up, right? You think that moving the Trump unit close to the economy unit is going to make the economy be good. That is like, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't be voting. I hate to say that to somebody, but you really need to like be a little bit more curious about the world around you. If that's what you buy into. You're forgetting an entire year of the Trump administration that was absolutely miserable, in which case the economy was in no way okay. You're forgetting his failed management of the country under COVID, which is estimated to have caused between 200,000 and 600,000 extra deaths. And who knows what kind of economic damage, right? You are smoking cat shit, my friend, and it is very bad for you. I would encourage you to stop. They've got it at 266, right? I don't know if I don't think more stuff is going to come in. I voted for Jill because of Harris Biden's views on Palestine. While I'm definitely not impressed with the Green Party or the Jill Stein campaign, I am not going to blame you for Kamala Harris's loss, right? Kamala Harris should have done, assuming NYC that you're in a swing state, you know, Kamala Harris doing more for voters like you might have prevented Trump's win. The AP is called PA. All right, let's take a look at this. Not showing up yet. Yeah, Double Dostoevsky, I hope we'll be okay. Just make sure, sign up for the Discord if you haven't already. Stay close, and take care of each other, you know? Right, don't blow smoke up anybody's ass, right? Don't, like, try to... I wouldn't encourage you giving people false hope as far as the outcome of the election. But the worst thing you can do right now is to give up and get alienated. Because we got a fight on our hands. And it's a fight to protect each other. And one thing that you can do is make contact with people. Make contact with people who live in your neighborhood. Who live in your building. You know, utilize my Discord, my community. If you want to, you know, to support each other. I will still be, you know, streaming. I'm not giving up. But yeah, shit's about to become really hard. And, you know, for me as well, right? Really, really fucking hard. It's wild the AP update is not showing up for me, but I mean, I believe you. I didn't when I saw MSNBC make the call on Pennsylvania, I assumed that the AP would not be long in following. So whoever's out there saying that the AP is updated, I believe you. Got another Democratic House member reelected in Texas. Really surprised that that this stream is not. It looks like all of their. Oh no, I know what's going on, chat. Their feed is like stopped. I don't even know what's going on. Oh wait, it's not. Oh, that's what's going on. Fuck me. Of course. All right, so we'll see it.
But that.
Okay, so there's his mutant family behind him.
But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory.
I mean, so this is a victory speech. He was going to make one of these regardless. I do think that it's very likely that he will have the victory in time. I don't know what states the Fox News is calling for Trump. But yeah, we don't have like a 100% for sure. That being said, like I said, the path for her to win at this point is almost insurmountable. Oh my gosh. Scary. Yeah, so the AP has it at 214 to 267. Again, like I said, it's very... I don't see a path forward for Kamala Harris. She would literally have to run the table on every unclaimed state. And we're talking about, like, including Alaska. Or so. She'd either have to win Alaska or she would have to win... thank you, Agla. Thank you for contributing to my throne. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out for gaming and putting up with this shit. Thank you, Agla. That's 40 for gaming. What time are we at? Oh my gosh. Chat, do we want to play some Metaphor Refantasio at this point? For putting up with this shit. Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you for putting up with this shit. I'm sorry I couldn't give you better news. And like I said, I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to do whatever it takes. All right, I don't think that this is a time to give up. I don't think that this is a time to shut up. I do think that I would feel a lot safer about making the kind of critique that I need to in a outside of the United States. I don't know how I would make that happen. But regardless, I'm going to keep fighting, and I want you to keep fighting too, okay? We need a game break. Let's do some Metaphor. What do you think? Do some Metaphor Refantasio? We gotta fight. Never stay complacent. We cannot give up. We're gaming right now. I mean, look, there's not we're pretty sure of what the outcome is. The Discord link is invalid. Let me give you a good one. Look, like I said, I gotta get to bed pretty soon, so I can't give you super long gaming stream, but ending it right here feels wrong. I feel like I've got a lot to try to figure out as far as what my next move is from here. I tried Metaphor. It was pretty neat. Yeah, we got through part of it the other night. We got up to like the first like real battles. But yeah, seriously, I need you to do the best that you can to take care of people that are, you know, in your neighborhood, in your building, um, in your school, in your vicinity. Anybody that you look at that looks like that they're about to give up, like reach out to them. And if you're that person that feels like that, reach out to somebody else, okay? Glued to the results, too enthralled to play Minecraft. I have been seeing new... Oh yeah, Minecraft, what did they do? They did an update. Minecraft did like an update. I'm trying to remember what all it is. There's a new biome, and there's a new mob that lives in that biome. That map looks like a skull? Jesus Christ, you're right. It does. The ungratefully dead. Here, let's get off of this somehow. Hey, chat. Okay, so, I'm just gonna pull my desk down here. I'm gonna pull my camera down. I've been on my feet for this whole fucking thing. Again, really sorry I couldn't give you better news tonight. If only I was as powerful as Marie Chan, right? I could at least control the weather. Right, I could at least, like, you know, I would read the weather report, but I would be, like, telling you what weather that I have decided it's gonna be. Be that kind of shit. That's a different Atlas game. Oh yeah, let me allow people into the Discord if they're signing up here. Oh, here we go. The creaking. Oh, you know what I'm talking about, Soul? Yeah, the creaking, which is kind of like a it's like a reverse Enderman in some ways. Um, what is the deal? Like, okay, so when you look at a creaking, if you ever look away, it'll chase you, but it'll only chase you within a range of its tree, right? Each creaking is attached to a tree. There's a creaking heart in the tree. The only way to defeat the creaking is to go into the tree and destroy the creaking heart. Or if you have Silk Touch, you can pick it up as an item, and then you can place the creaking heart somewhere, and a creaking will appear there. There apparently creakings are useful against the warden. You can use the creakings against the warden. Too nervous to bet anything more than a few pennies. Yeah, chat, there's a like Trump is speaking, I'm getting word of. I kind of like because he didn't wait till he officially won, I kind of don't want to like Like I do think that it's very likely that he will win given what we're seeing, but I don't want to give him the fucking satisfaction by watching his acceptance speech or whatever kind of bullshit he's going to throw on us. So, do we agree with that? One in chat if you agree. One in chat if you agree. Project 2025 is another good one if you care to. But yeah, I mean, we got two options here, right? And given the fact that that Agla's donation hit the sub goal, I feel like my responsibility is to fulfill the contract with the bonus content. And yeah, 40 points towards gaming pretty much seals the deal. Look at that. Because somebody else put in, yeah, 40 points. Gaming wins. That's it, chat. That's it. We need to know what we're up against. Hollywood fish, don't make me take your fish card, okay? You voted for Wilson. All right, let's make this happen somehow. Now I've got that song in my head. Thanks a lot. You couldn't remind me of something good like Tweezer or something. I don't know. Are there good fish songs? I'm sure there are. There's lots of them, just not on the albums. They're all on bootlegs somewhere. Metaphor. Do I actually have to? I think I have to open up Steam for this. Taking a mental break from this by sparing yourself Trump's acceptance speech sounds like a good idea. Tweezer is always good. It really is. Tweezer's a fucking jam. Okay. Oh, I gotta update it? God damn it. I don't know how long this will take. But I'm grateful to have something else. You voted for Mr. Miner, nice. Look, I mean, this sucks. We're gonna have to go get the good and... What is it? The good and helping book? We're gonna have to retrieve that shit. The good and friendly book? What the fuck is it called? Yeah. The friendly book? No. The helping friendly book. Oh my god. Thank you. That was very helpful of you. It took me a second to get myself back to Gamehenge. All right, have we updated? Oh my god, chat. Like, what the actual fuck? How is there an 80 gigabyte patch? How is there an 80 gigabyte patch? Yeah, Gamehenge, aka the man who stepped into yesterday. Ah. Is this normal, chat? That's a big. Is this normal though? It's like the way that it works usually. Like, are patches usually like the size of an entire game? I've never. Zolly64 says it's normal these days. Well, at least I'll be able to take myself out of I'm under politics restriction right now. You know about this? Twitch has made politics unmonetizable. All thanks to DGG and that lovely, lovely man, Dan Saltman. That got so mad at Hassan that he demonetized all of politics on Twitch. Thanks a lot, Dan. So yeah, it's wanting me to download 80.66 gigabytes. But I mean, I guess that's normal, right? It's very ironic somehow you can't make money from politics. I mean, you can. Look, I appreciate every bit of support that my community throws me. I especially appreciate it when in supporting me, you support each other. There's some people who can't afford to get themselves out of the top of the hour. Well, I guess it wouldn't be about the ad break. I don't know. Are you getting ads, chat? Are you getting ads? I don't even know. I don't even know how it works anymore. Right? Because I did put myself on that whole like politics thing, which I guess I can take myself off of now. Like, it basically makes you label your content, and there already are content labels that are iffy. But most of those involve, I don't know, like excessive smoking or adult content, or you know what I mean? It's like that kind of stuff, right? No ads for me on YouTube. Okay. Um I was kind of curious more about Twitch. Twitch, are you getting ads? Zally says I haven't gotten ads. I've been watching you for hours. Okay. So that's probably it. That's probably why. They probably like legit do take off. Like, anyway, the majority of my support comes from viewers like yourself, and so I appreciate everyone who supports me on Twitch, everyone who supports me on Patreon, everybody who supports me on Throne, or whatever way is most convenient for you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you because, like, you know, when Twitch demonetizes you just for talking about politics, or really the more concerning thing is the other stuff that's getting lumped in there. Like, essentially talking about like LGBT stuff, right, will get you have to put a content warning on yourself. Now I've got Wilson in my head. We're at 13.38, 13.450 restrictive, and it feels like a slight shadow ban for their opinions, pushing you into a corner and out of a category. Yeah, out of the politics category. Why do they have the politics category if politics is like supposed to get you? You know what I'm saying? Like, they have a category for politics. Why do they also have a label? That's why I got those warnings? Are you talking about on Twitch, Narwhal? Harris won Minnesota. Great. She's at 224. Donald Trump should have been punished much sooner. Elon shouldn't have been able to get control of so many companies. Twitter needs to disappear like MySpace. Yeah, a responsible government would nationalize SpaceX at the very least. And as far as Donald Trump, yeah, they shouldn't have made Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland as Attorney General turns out to be a bad choice. My brother was 2 months away from being able to vote. Yeah, being able to save us all. Well, at least vote. You know, maybe cast a vote in the right direction. I don't know what your brother's like though. Soul says protest, public outreach, encouraging informed voting. Yeah, that'll all get you demonetized on Twitch. But yeah, again, thank you to everybody that supports me on any platform, because you make it possible for me to stream. You make it even when they're coming down on me. Ultimately, regardless of how communication, it was to protect Amazon and keep the advertisers. Well, yeah, but it was literally caused by one asshole who was mad at Hassan. That's the reason this happened, right? And also, you know, there's a connection between Asmongold getting a very understandable suspension, a 14-day suspension, right? There's a connection between that and the assholes getting mad and coming after Hassan, realizing they can't get Hassan, so just aiming their cannons at Twitch, right? C. Martin says that's the last state she'll win tonight. Yeah, very likely. Yeah, I mean, the way that it's written, it sounds like anytime you talk about politics, you gotta shadow ban yourself, you know? Your brother is gonna register as a Democrat, yeah. I feel like the whole world is coming down on me. Billy Idol? Oh my god, Chad, I'm so sorry for this. I should have like I should have like kept up to date with the patches. This is my fault. Oh, Ancesta, that's really sweet of you. That's really sweet of you. Yeah, I'm super upset too. I literally do not know what to do. Like, all I know is that I want to keep fighting. Right? And for me, that's gonna look like content. Sour Poison 420, thank you for the follow. Your reply seems to be locked up. Already said goodnight once. Oh. Good night, Dana. I don't think it's locked up. Like, I mean, sometimes their moderation is weird, but I can see your reply there if that's what you're talking about. Asmongold actually streamed something from, not from Twitch mods, but from former Twitch mods. And from a Slack that I don't think is necessarily even all former. Like, I don't think you actually have to be a former Twitch mod. But yeah, a lot of people don't like Asmongold, and it's understandable why. Like, I don't spend a lot of my energy on hating people, so I wouldn't call myself a hater of Asmongold, but I certainly understand why people do hate Asmongold. You need some chicken nuggets? I need some tofu tendies right now. We will keep fighting and protecting each other and taking care of ourselves. Yes. We're... Chat's making each other hungry. Zero reason for Harris to offer Liz Cheney a spot in her administration. I agree, Schmegley. I 100% agree with Schmegley on that. Oh my god, I'm stuck in top chat. She's saying that because, okay, let me see what your first text. I was in top chat, so I might not have seen your first chat text. Your first chat that one attaches to. Our discussion is no longer important all of a sudden. Trump is going to put Elon Musk in charge of cutting government spending. Yeah. And Elon's already said that basically he's going to put the American economy and the working class through fucking misery. He's already said there's going to be a time period of basically suffering, but it's all for don't worry, it's all for a good cause. It's all for a good cause, according to Elon fucking Musk. Going on for a while, understandable. No, I didn't read it because like there's top chat and live chat. You might want to check this yourself, chat. Are you in live chat? Because that being in live chat is the only way you could ensure that you see all of everybody's messages. And I let it reload without. Oh my god, really? It's okay. We're at 31.39 gigabytes now. I feel like I owe you some gameplay. Epic guy, are you really an Elon dick rider? Like you just don't want to believe that he would do anything bad? No, he's like really great. Yeah, you're gonna have to go back to previous VODs for that. Honestly, I don't have time to. Dig that up for you. But honestly, if you're gonna embrace Dork MAGA, I can't help you. Oh my god, like I just got out of the politics category. I can't talk to you about Elon Musk. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I was about to try to find this for you. Look. The best I can do is give you the link, because like literally Twitch has made it so to talk about politics I have to be in a I have to have like a basically like a warning on my stream. And I just took it off. And I'm not gonna put it back on, but there it is. There's the video about talking about Elon's plans, I think. Oh god, JD Vance's Vice. Good point, Schmegler. Oh, no, no. We can't talk about it. We can't talk about it, chat. It's at 40.82. Oh my god. This is like a ridiculous patch. Chat, there's only one thing I can do. Oh no, I gotta download a patch for Fallout New Vegas 2? What the fuck? I think that that's all we can do. Yeah, I'm officially not allowed to talk about politics. Wow. That's not Orwellian at all. Let's take a look and see if we can make this shit work tonight. Because I owe you some gaming. I owe you some gaming, chat. I gotta alt-tab out of that. You hear that music? So I would love to give you some Metaphor ReFantasio. Unfortunately, it is still downloading like 40 more gigs of that. Let's switch it to this one. Alt-tab. Get that. Game capture. Wait, let me see if I can make this work. Alright, it should work. It's not working. Why though? Look, I'm in this bizarre, like, Looney Tunes type screen. That's supposed to have gaming, but properties, Fallout. Oh my god. I don't understand. Why is nothing working tonight? This is so frustrating. Donald has sent out his bad karma already. Yeah, Houston definitely has a problem, Iceberg. I actually like the graphics, it's soothing. Yeah, it's just... I don't know what's going on with it. Alright, well... I gave you Fallout music. God damn it. I don't even understand what's going on there. We're like 60% of the way towards downloading the new patch for Metaphor ReFantasio. Yeah, SS Night. Whoa. What is up with that name? All right, 53.25. I don't know, chat. What game can I get to actually work? Vampire Survivor? Can I get Vampire Survivor to work? That's the question. Okay, so if I end up getting this working, I just want you to know it's got cool music, but it's apparently also got... There we go. Okay, we at least got Vampire Survivor to work. I am so sorry about this, chat. I was gonna play some Metaphor ReFantazio with you. That didn't work. I tried loading up... I tried to load up Fallout New Vegas. That didn't work for some reason. At least Vampire Survivor is working. But this means I have to change my... Not politics. We're doing Vampire Survivor. Yo, is there gonna be a... I feel like there's gonna be a... Is there already like a sequel to this? Iceberg, welcome to a variety stream. This is how they work, right? They're a variety of things, including commentary and including video games. And especially when the dono goal is hit and video games are called for, I will play some video games for you. So I hope you like that. If not, I'm sorry. Most of the time I'll be doing commentary. Most of the time I'll be covering politics. So one in chat if you know this game. Mostly they seem to keep doing big updates to VS. Oh, to Versus? Wait, there's Versus? Wait, Vampire Survivor has Versus? Is that what you're talking about, Agleth? You're good with many things. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to... I'm not, like, it's just unfortunate. Like, right, if you come and you're like, this... She usually talks about politics, then I'm playing video games. But understand, after a night like tonight, we gotta play some video games. Just watched Hassan for a minute. It's dark. Yeah. God damn. Wait, I thought I had Alucard. Do I not have Alucard? God, I didn't realize there was still... Yeah, there's still a bunch of stuff to unlock here. Look at that. No Alucard. I don't even know what I need to unlock at this point. This is like a boss. Oh my god. You know what? Look at that. Wait. Do I have some kind of a... I feel like I'm like OP here. Okay, I must have some card or something that's like letting me, what is it? Silent Old Sanctuary or something? What is going on? Let's re-roll that. Why is there no music? Yeah, it was Silent Old Sanctuary. With that one, the secret is to not... With Silent Old Sanctuary, you want to keep, like, you want to have as few weapons as possible. Oh, jeez. Because basically, your weapons are OP the less you have. Yo. I haven't played this in forever. One in chat if you remember me playing this. I can't remember what these little things on the ground do. Like, this does something. There we go. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Right. Why was it a different color? Okay, so we got better Santa water. Okay, we probably want to upgrade that. I don't remember what these two things... This one does... Oh, okay, it gives you, Honestly, the chests are, like, the best part of this game. More Santa water. Alright. Oh shit, it's coming for me, it's coming for me! Get the fuck! Oh my god. That shit is just too fast. That fucker is way too fast. God damn. Alright, well, that was pretty fail. Yeah, I guess I could try to take down some of the... See, so the check marks are the realms that I've defeated. Let's do Arcanas on this one. Do Poe. Chat says do Poe. I'll do Poe next. What do I want? Heart of Fire. I think I like Heart of Fire. I think that one's good. What's that? What does that do? Is that like a randomizer? Divine Blood Astronomy. This one Heart of Fire or... Oh, that's Blood Astronomy. Yeah, I want Heart of Fire. Oh shit, I'm still... Wait, how am I on... I didn't mean to do boss battle. I should have just picked Silent Old Sanctuary. That one was actually kicking ass. I don't remember, like, this gives you a... Oh, sweet. Wait, why is my shit like OP here? Look at this. OP. Also, I picked the one that doesn't have music. What the fuck? Ooh, wait, what's this? That's just like money. Oh, they got smaller. I mean, that's pretty cool. Wait, that's supposed to make it bigger, not smaller? Oh my god, I don't understand. Use that laurel. Get that laurel. Oh yeah, Hearts of Fire, it's supposed to like... What's up, Brixton? Too many people in the Hassan stream. I mean, is it depressed over? Is it a bad scene over there? Let's make that Santa water a little stronger. Yeah, I bet Hassan's not playing Vampire Survivor. President Trump starts dictatorship PTSD. What is happening to this country? I don't know, but I want to get out of it. It's at 146K right now. Even slow mode, I can't read it. Enough to get a... You can't even get a vibe. Oh my god. The one person that I've talked to that's been in that stream is telling me... Saying the... But I mean, like, I can't... Like, I don't know. Like, I actually feel bad that my mood is not... Like, my mood probably should be more, like, negative. Like, I don't know what I'm doing, how I'm maintaining, like, my composure and, like, my... Like, I don't know if it's one of those things where you're, like, you're in shock, but you, like... Just kind of, like, ignore it? Or what? Because, I mean, this is really bad. No fucking... It's hard to describe how bad this is. In fact, impossible, probably. And maybe that's why I'm not dwelling in that. This is where it starts to get hard. Get some more laurel. You know who I really feel bad for though is like the Vanguard boys, especially Zach. Like Zach had so much hope that you weren't just gonna see. You weren't gonna just see like Kamala win. You were gonna see Trump and Trumpism get destroyed. You're gonna see states like Florida fall, right? And that just was not in the cards. And I mean, I was never as optimistic as the Vanguard was about this, but I didn't think it would be this bad. I honestly thought that she would win the bare minimum. But yeah, I dipped out before it was official, but at least according to, you know, the AP and NBC, but we pretty much knew where it was going, right? Like, I don't think I gave anybody false hope. But yeah, we did end before it was mathematically impossible. Yeah, I know I wouldn't be looking for Trump, you know, Trump's health issues to be like a saving grace by any means. Remember who takes over if Trump taps out, right? That would be JD Vance. That would be literally like putting Peter Thiel in the presidency. So, you know, as bad as Trump is, his vice president is probably worse. Oh my god, I can't remember this dude, this, shit, whoa. The Bubbles guy. I'm trying to remember how the Bubbles guy works. Yipes. It's really hard to hit. I'm trying to remember how hitting him works. Oh my god. I mean, we're doing pretty well on this run, at least. Oh shit, oh god. We got some Arcana down there. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna do another Arcana. Standing outside and it started to rain, I think. I hope you're okay, good for Gabby. Wicked Season. Beginning. Vaults of Pearls. Chaos in the Dark Night. Let's try rerolling. I think Divine Bloodline might be good. Yeah, Divine Bloodline. Let's do that. Alright, so we're gonna open up another Arcana. Oh, Vance seems to be an ineffective idiot. I mean, he's got people pulling his strings that even if he was just completely incompetent, would know what to tell him to do maximum damage. Try re-rolling that. Gemini, Twilight Realm, Game Killer, Silent Old Sanctuary. We definitely don't need that. Chaos in the Dark Knight, Iron Blue Wool. That might be good. Disco of Gold. I kind of want, no, I want the one that pulls all the items to you. Yes, Mad Groove. That's the one. We'll do that. We got the Mad Groove. Oh, shit. Alright, we're gonna be able to revive, though. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God, fuck. Can we revive one more time? Revive. Let's get this, whatever this is. Magical farts. I choose you. We're gonna use the magical farts. Yipes. Oh no. There's the Mad Groove stuff right down there. God damn it. Germans like Trump? I don't know. Do they? Okay, let's try this again. Poe. Somebody said do Poe. Let's do Poe. Okay, we'll try Poe with the Gallo Tower. Okay, what else is Poe gonna get? Heart of Fire, Blood Astronomia, Boogaloo of Illusions. Wait, if we do like, can we do Silent Old Sanctuary? Jail of Crystal, where's Silent Old Sanctuary? Mad Groove. Okay, this is kind of wild. But the meta with this is to try not to get extra weapons. Harder than it looks. But yeah, basically our garlic is OP here. Level up the garlic. See, like, Poe's whole deal is he's an old man that smells like garlic. And that turns out to be really powerful. Make this stronger and stronger. Make the garlic stronger. finally found a monster that I can't kill instantaneously. Wait, is this our first boss, actually? There's a version of this game where you can actually play and you can let chat decide what items you get. And I would totally do that game, except like I never have enough people in my Twitch chat. It only works on Twitch chat, right? And it allows everyone on Twitch chat gets to vote on like what items to give me, what events to cause. You can either try to help me or, you know, the opposite of that. But I never have enough people who know the game, because you kind of gotta know the game to make this, like, effective. You gotta have a very, vampire survivor knowledgeable chat to... They do have a game called, like, Galactic Survivor or something like that, where you're, like, a dwarf. You're a space dwarf, and you go around and, like, mine stuff. Okay, these assholes are finally starting to hit me. There's some lyrics to a few operas. Oh, hell yeah. We got the chicken. The chicken heals you. think I should start going for the items. What do we have? Guess we'll start going south. There we go. Ah, it's money. Wait, why can't I evolve the... Why can't I evolve the garlic? I don't actually understand. Usually you only get money when you don't have anything that you can evolve. Okay, we kind of like don't want to use any of this stuff. There's the candelabra. I'm actually really not sure why we can't evolve our weapon. Alright, let's see what this is gonna be like. Seemed like the thing to do. Yeah, it's like the only thing that we can do, I guess. We were gonna play some Metaphor Refantasio, but apparently there's an 80 gig Boogaloo of Illusions. Let's get Boogaloo of Illusions, why not? Yes! We leveled it up. The garlic has leveled up. So now the garlic heals us. It sucks out their... Yeah, it's a soul eater garlic. Look at that. Look at that sick soul eating action. That's some soul vor right there. Amazing. See, people that... This is, you know, never underestimate an old man who stinks of garlic. Look at that shit. Wow. Okay, we are under attack here. Let's see, what do we gotta do? Spellbinder, maybe? I'm just trying to avoid taking on another weapon, because as long as I only have one weapon, it'll continue to be OP. Now, that means that I am not actually leveling up my... Oh wait, that's all I can do. Just skip that. Wait. The fuck? Wait, somebody just shot me with a slow ray. I think that was like a wizard. Wizards have like a slow ray they can hit you with. Here's the ring is right there. Oh no, get it. So now we got like the boss on us, right? Whenever you get the ring, there's like 4 of these bosses. I don't know how strong we are in terms of being able to kill these guys. But yeah, just keeping them in this range. We're healing ourselves. Okay, we're gonna get the, Jeez, these things are on me. These things are on me. They're on me so bad. Oh no, the boss, the boss, the boss, the boss. Get the Metalligo right. Oh no, this is so bad. We're getting fucking cooked. We are getting cooked here. I don't know how to stop getting cooked. Okay, so we're gonna go down here. We'll revive though. I think I've got some extra revive juice. We'll revive a few times. You know what we gotta do? We gotta do this shit. Skip. No, we can't go. Yeah, we can go. We can go. Oh my god. Alright, there we go. It's the only way to survive. Maybe. If we're lucky. We really need some chicken, though. We need the wall chicken. Gonna have to skip that. Yeah, this is kind of cheaty. I don't know. It seems like I'm exploiting a glitch, maybe, or a bug, something. I don't know if you're supposed to be able to walk out here, but I figured out how to do it, and sometimes you sort of need to. So we're looking for the items up there. This is like some kind of artillery that shoots at you. But if you can move fast enough, then it doesn't get to you. Shit. Shit. Revive one more time. God, fuck, we're fucked. We're cooked. We are cooked. Play dirty while Biden is still president? That sounds... Oh, wait, we're not quite cooked. Somewhere. There it is. We got the bracer. I doubt that'll help us. Oh my god. We really need the freaking chicken or something. The turkey. That's gotta be the last time. Yeah. Comparative Lit PhD. That's an interesting field of study, actually. Oh my god, chat. I've got to get to bed for real now. I've stayed up as late as I could. I'm sorry that I couldn't. Let's see. Let's go back to this. How are we doing? How is everybody doing, chat? Again, I'm no longer in politics, so I can't talk too much about it directly. But I know that a lot of people are feeling a lot of emotions right now. Oh, look, we finally have got Metaphor Refantasio. It's finally downloaded. So, Agleth, if you're still here, I owe you some gameplay from Metaphor Refantasio. And I will try to make that up at my earliest convenience. Yeah, thank you, everybody, for all the support. Make sure to support each other. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep fighting. At this point, I can't let the fact that I have a voice now go to waste. I don't feel safe. I don't feel good. I don't feel secure. I don't know what the next move is. But I'm not going to give up. And you shouldn't give up either. Okay? So I'll see you tomorrow on stream. I don't know what we're going to talk about. Probably. I don't know. I don't know if having a do we want another stream going off over like how Kamala lost? None of us are safe. That's true. That's true. But I'm going to find a way to keep fighting, okay? My voice is needed. Thank you. I mean, it's all I have at this point. But yeah, much love, chat. Oh my god, I didn't thank my patrons. I am so bad. I am so bad for not... Okay, so my patrons, you help me keep the lights on, and that kind of monthly support is very, very helpful, especially at a time like this, especially at a time where Twitch is coming by and just like demonetizing me, and who knows what's going on. So I massively, massively appreciate you, all my Patreons. There's various levels at which you can support me. There's the base level in which you get access to exclusive content. We need to standardize this more, right? Because I want to make it more similar to what you get on YouTube. Because some of the memberships are synced up, like $3. I don't know if they're exactly synced up, but regardless, right? You get the unedited versions of my of my videos before I put them out. I need to make some videos, and unedited, uncensored, so all the F words are still there. It's kind of like the Snyder Cut, I'm told. But anyway, that's the basic Patreon level. At the $5 level, it's kind of fancy. So as a fancy level, you get a fancy shout out, right? Which I should. Speaking of which, shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Moe No Ape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Fancy shouts out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel, and to Omega Star. Much love, everybody. I'm gonna go to bed. I should probably raid you into somebody, shouldn't I? I should do that. That's a thing. Like, I see a VTuber playing Vampire Survivors. Okay, wait. This is gonna be a cool raid. Chat, you're gonna get to go meet Chapo. I don't know what they're doing. They look like they're looking at some kind of psychedelic content. We got Felix and Will, I believe. So yeah, I'm reading you into them. Wait, why is the raid not showing up? Is it showing up? Oh wait, no, I haven't hit the button. The button is important. Okay, not enough people made the raid. That's too bad. I think I did it wrong. See what Chapo's up to. Oh shit, that might be copyright music. Anyway, much love everybody. I'm gonna hit the end stream button. And I will talk to you all tomorrow. Duck is right. What does Duck say? Is Donald in here? Ducks are coming. Thank you, Donald. We need the ducks. We need the ducks now more than ever. Good night, chat. I'll be back tomorrow to figure out what the fuck to do. What to do with myself, what to do with ourselves, and how we